I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, we are here for you every single night except for Sundays, where we take a day off. We're very concerned about this beautiful planet of ours, and it's extremely important that everyone know that our efforts here are about the planet, about improving our environment for Americans, and leading the way around the world by being a better country and making technologies that are green, clean, and amazing available to everyone around the world, moving in that direction, because I think that's where the economies of the future are really nested. Ultimately, people are going to want things to improve their life, and that's something that all of us have to think about right now. Making your life more enjoyable is perhaps the best thing you can do, and you can achieve that with modest means, and I teach people how to do that, to live sustainably within their budget and ultimately get out of their massive debt. So you come to America's Third Party for a lot of reasons, but one of them is to solve your own personal crisis. How we can resolve our problems collectively is a big issue we call politics, and that's what we're also here for. Okay, a big story tonight that pretty much puts every other story behind is the death of Glenn Campbell. He has passed away at the age of 81 years old. The legendary singer, songwriter, and just an amazing guy has passed away. His family has posted statements on glencampbell.com. You can check it out. For those of you who don't know who he was a kind of a country western mainstream guy who wrote one of the more famous songs, Rhinestone Cowboy, in which it was played in the movie Midnight Cowboy with Dustin Hoffman and John Voight, the father of Angelina Jolie. So many of you don't know who he is, but he was a really great singer and had a classic baritone voice. truly classic all the way up until his final years. So he had Alzheimer's. He came down with Alzheimer's, and he was put in a facility, I guess, and it goes downhill from there for a lot of people who have this terrible, debilitating disease. What causes it is up for grabs. Many people believe it could be chemicals in our diet, things in our food cycle, elements in our water, even in the air we breathe, could be leading to Alzheimer's. Some people originally thought aluminum was a leading contributor because it blocks brain cell and neural activity. Either way, it is tragic to see somebody pass away from this disease. But that's what happened. So, could be diet, poor air and water, a variety of things. If we look at one particular thing at a time, we might be able to get to the bottom of it, but our country does very little to do that. And other news, we'll leave this on the screen for a while so you can actually see Glenn Campbell, what he looked like. The Justice Department has reopened the investigation of Hillary Clinton's mishandling of classified materials on her private email system while she was Secretary of State. And it's considering offering a plea bargain if she'll agree to plead guilty to charges of breaking the law, according to a Clinton attorney. So she may think she has nothing other than a few classified documents, but we saw a lot of classified documents on that private server. And it raises the question, how come we're not filing or seeing charges filed against Mike Pence? He did the same thing that Hillary did. And he kept, as governor of Indiana, everything on a private server, and no one's seen any of those emails. And then the big story lurking in the background is the North Korean situation, which is constantly getting worse and worse because Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un are not able to communicate at all on anything. We have a bombastic president who spends all his time tweeting and getting angry. They have a leader who's adjusting to his role as a leader, being a young man, and trying to prove his strength and his worth, but also his country is facing economic hardships of pretty heavy proportion, lack of food. So it's kind of reaching ahead, and we're not sure why or what's going on to trigger Kim Jong-un, but he is testing more missiles. And these missiles could be nuclear tipped. We're not sure. They're saying that it could veritably hit the West Coast where I live, one of those missiles. But you don't see me sweating at air. I'm not sweating bricks or anything. I'm not worried. The trajectory and telemetry of these things are pretty accessible from a satellite, and we can see these things pop out of the ground rather quickly. We have a THAAD missile defense system that the current president of South Korea has approved of and authorized the installation of 2 THAAD systems totaling $15 billion, roughly, in which they can intercept the missiles that are coming out of anywhere in North Korea within 125-mile range, which means they have a few minutes to react and pull those missiles out of the sky. Now, when the last missile test happened, I was wondering why the U.S. didn't fire on one of those missiles and show our anti-ballistic capability. But then we'd be showing our hand, and that's not good. So in a way, maybe it's best we don't show our hand. We don't want to reveal the cards in our hand. And this elaborate poker match that's going on between our country and North Korea is now reached a new proportion because Kim Jong-un is allegedly threatening Guam, an attack on Guam, which would pull his naval forces out of the water and push him to the brink of his own capabilities, which would probably not be a good idea for him to do because he would be vulnerable. But then again, this might be a diversion. So all of these things are kind of sitting out there, and we're wondering why we haven't solved this problem in years. We're still at war with North Korea because none of our leaders have ever really been working toward communication. Even Ronald Reagan, who was called the great communicator, really didn't communicate that much. And he didn't know that much either, unfortunately. I've been stocking food since 1958. I've got a can of food right over here somewhere from 1958, 2 years before I was born. So I was born with survival food. Okay, so Glenn Campbell and his family are probably going to be going through a lot, having to process the burial. Yeah, I'm just shocked that so many people are losing their family right now, but we're in that age category. I lost my parents when I was 40, so more than, yeah, More than 17 years ago, I lost my mom and dad within a 5-month period. Well, if we have the THAAD missile defense system and we need to use it, he knows where those are located. He has some satellite capabilities. So if he were to target the THAAD missile system, that would be the first reason we would use it, because we'd be seeing missiles targeted at it. So yeah, I had 40 years with my mom and dad, and I'm very thankful for that. But I live in an area where some people have been with their mom and dad for 90 years. Practically 80, 90 years. Typically there's 95-year-olds walking around here with their kids being 75 or 80 years old. It's amazing. Yep, so Trump has hit all-time approval ratings of only 32%. His base is slipping. The more he tweets, the more he drives people apart from his base. When he turned on Jeff Sessions, he lost a lot of Republicans who support Jeff Sessions. But Trump's approval rating dropped 5 percentage points in August to a new low of 32%, according to the latest IBD and TIPP poll, with 59% saying they disapprove of the job he's doing as president. That's a serious, serious number. It doesn't really bode well for him. In lieu of the fact that he can't really gain any traction and build any solutions to America's job problem, because he's always tweeting about Russia and pissed off at some newscaster, it shows how small-minded Trump is and how he's fallen into the category of being kind of passé. We are, however, benefiting tremendously from the branding of Donald Trump as our president. And I would be remiss in saying that that's a big, big part of why the stock market's doing so well. He's also brought in quite a few contracts for the military-industrial complex, which is good for business. If you look at making weapons, something good for business. We have to recognize that we have a very powerful military system in our country, and there's no way a president's going to shut that valve off. But Donald Trump did more than that. He added to it. And the truth is, we don't have $1 trillion to spend on military. Our country already spends more than all the nations combined on the military, and he wants to add much, much more to it. So I think we're looking at a temporary lift in the stock market. All right, Jessica is not the issue here. Thank you for coming in. A lot of you people are talking about other people in the chat room. It's kind of funny. So there's a situation. Trump promised a major briefing on the opioid crisis. It was a huge nothing burger. And nobody seems to care about the opiate crisis unless you have a family member who committed suicide by overdosing on fentanyl patches. We all know Trump is in bed with the big pharma organizations, and he's not about to turn on this. Yeah, let's stop talking about Jessica, okay? Anybody talking about other people in this chat room are going to be pulled out. That's right. Talk about issues. Thanks. All right. Most fentanyl's from China. Okay. Well, you were the one, Meow TV was the one who didn't want transgenders in our military. Trump doesn't want transgenders in our military. Trump vows fire and fury. Really, how's that going to work out? When we overthrow Trump, we will prop you up as supreme leader. Thank you. I'll need that. But you need to get Trump to at least fire Pence and then hire me as the VP. That's the least we can do. Did you hear Trump is using my song now in his rallies? No, this is my real hair. Yeah, he's using my song in his rallies. That's what I'm hearing. You know, the Can't Stop song.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
He's using it. Yeah. Yeah, he's using that song in his rallies. It's awesome tune created by Scissor Fight for us. David Letterman is returning to TV with a Netflix talk show. Well, I'll be darned, look at him. Who's the Alzheimer's patient in the... No, I'm sorry, I thought that was an Alzheimer's patient. Oh, there he is. That's David Letterman. Wow. I was at a nursing home recently, just walking around, visiting somebody, because I like to visit people who are, in need of visits. And there was this guy. I know, it promotes me, but I heard he's using it as rallies now. Anyway, Letterman's back. There was this guy that looked just like David Letterman sitting in a chair. And all he would do is walk around going like this. Ma! 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 He's in a wheelchair. He's yelling out for his mother. And his mom's been dead for years. He had Alzheimer's, but they stuck him in the regular nursing home. So anyway, it looked a lot like David Letterman. Okay, that's why I confused him. Yeah, he kind of looks like me. I could look like this if I was an old man, don't you think? If I was an old man, yah-ha-dee-ha-dee-ha-dee-ha-dee-ha-dee-ha-dee-ha-dum. All day long I'd look in the mirror. If I were an old man. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I kind of do look like him, I guess. All right, let's find out what he's going to do here. The 6-episode Untitled series will feature in-depth interviews as well as topics outside of the studio. The longest-serving host in U.S. late-night TV history is set to top the line a new talk show for Netflix. Well, I guess he couldn't stay out of the scene, so he has to get back into it. Good for him. Stay active there, David Letterman. Yeah, people love you, kind of, not really. All right. Yeah, definitely. Netflix looks like a good win-win. I'm wondering if Bill O'Reilly is going to do something unusual, like you know, a commentary out of a strip club. That would be kind of interesting. Just a suggestion. Being he's got all this, you know, baggage, use the baggage, Bill. You know, make it work for you. There's no reason why you should let it drag you down, that, you know, you had a few things attached to your name, that lawsuits you settle out of court for masturbating on the phone with some of your employees. You know, come on. It's like, it happens. We understand. We're all human, right? Yeah, doing a show from a strip club would be brilliant, in my opinion. What do you think, Bill?
That's tomorrow. And that is it for us today. What does that mean? For us today, and we will leave you with a... I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
Okay, I didn't want to put you through that. That was a little moment in David Letterman's history that he'd probably like to forget. He gets angry. And just a reminder to everybody, Glenn Campbell is dead at the age of 81 years old. If you loved his music, you understand how important it is to pay respect to a man, an iconic figure in Western music, modern popular Western music. I've had maybe two or three tantrums where I got angry at the show, where the stalkers and the trolls got me pissed off. They rattled me. Yeah, there have been a few times, but bear in mind I've done probably 15,000 hours of broadcasting. Do you know anybody in the world who's done 15,000 hours of broadcasting? I don't. Continuous every day. I've had a few in 8+ years, yeah. Fire and Fury, okay. Marsha Morgan reporting for naval duty. I don't know if I can click that Twitter link, Date Bright. Could you post that as a link? Could put a space there for me, because otherwise it's a cut and paste thing. The capo in your area is iconic here. Maybe iconic to you. Capo, is that like gang lingo for the captain in charge of your mob group? You know, I tried to go into iVlog earlier. Let me try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Let's see if it'll work now. Yeah, there's something wrong with the broadcast. It won't pick up my camera. Yeah, it was doing it perfectly fine before, but for some reason it wouldn't recognize my camera. So I'm not sure what the problem is with the browser. I'll open up a new browser and see if that makes a big difference. You got banned from a Trump Tard channel, really, Eric? That's cool. It might have been the browser was stuck. Let me try. Yeah, it was just giving me a problem getting in. Yep. I got 4 viewers and I can't even service my viewers. Yeah, it won't let me in. It won't find my camera. Sorry. They must have tricked it so I can't broadcast over there. Now, don't mention that person in the show again. He's slandering me and possibly a CIA plant. We're not sure. I don't know anything about Fire and Fury, but yeah, I can't track your cryptic pastings. Why don't you get a real account, guest? More censorship, yeah. That image is not found. I'm sorry, but you're posting an image that can't be found. Yeah, they totally shut me down, Ace Fan, out of iVlog. They made it so I can't broadcast out there anymore. I'm gonna have to open up a backup camera and backup system. Hi, Pat. Pat Rick. Not Patrick, but Pat Rick. Thank you. NewJersey.com reported Monday that there was no record of O'Connor. Well, Sinead O'Connor made a video from her motel room, and I think she's reaching out for help. I think she's asking people for help, and I feel for her. I really do. Beautiful voice of Sinead O'Connor. Now she feels exiled from her family. No one's contacting her, and she made this video that really is making people worried. But according to this video, or this story on Yahoo,
it must take a lot for me. For me, if it was me, I'd be gone straight away back to my mom.
Okay, so suicidal Facebook video posted from a New Jersey motel. She is safe, following a frantic video she posted to Facebook where she said she was suicidal and urged her family to contact her. So a message of O'Connor's Facebook page late Monday assured her fans that nothing compares to you, singer, was okay, explaining that she is surrounded by love and receiving the best of care. Well, apparently the whack job, the star whackers have decided to be kind and brought her in for rehandling and re-education. So she was married to Peter Gabriel, I know. Amazing musician, Peter Gabriel. Wealthy in his own right, too. He didn't even have to make money in music. He just had a lot of money to start with. Yeah, people didn't realize Peter Gabriel was rich. Yo, ad block detected. Okay. Nothing compares to her, too. She's really a special woman. She's okay. Sinead is okay. I don't think I should call her or anything. You know, ask her if she's okay. She's going to be okay. She's getting some professional help. Or people love her or something. So apparently her family responded and they came to her assistance. Isn't that nice? She has family. Well, it's not easy having children and losing your children and being divorced and taken from your children. I don't know if any of you are parents, but I'm not. Thank you. That's penalized by a mute. Yeah, many of you are just downright unable to identify with others. We were doing a test last night playing the Sinead O'Connor video to see if any of you were sensitive enough to care about her. And apparently many of you weren't. You failed the test.
Because I've walked this earth alone for 2 years now, as punishment for being mentally ill.
Yeah, so August 3rd, she made this rippling cry for help, and 5 days later, she's okay. Thank you.
Well, thankfully, you know, I guess sometimes you have to cry for help for family to respond.
Yeah, people who need help should cry out for help. I mean, we even get calls from a certain person. I'm not going to name names, and from Chicago.
Well, over the years we've had many
Yeah.
calls from different people who need our help.
Yeah, we've had a lot of calls from people who needed our help, and we're kind of like the friend to the friendless at times. Sarah and I are. We can't always be there because we're so remote, and we can't be there to hold their hand. But you know, it's kind of an interesting. But a lot of people just don't care. They're so enwrapped in their own life that they look upon anybody who's suffering or crying out as some sort of a person just to ignore.
I agree, Heisenberg.
That's sad. I don't call any of them for advice. They call me, and I can't answer sometimes. So she was never married to Peter Gabriel. That was a lie. Somebody just lied in the chat room. And I have to say, hey, this is Truth Tuesday, and I can't rely on a thing I'm seeing in the chat room. So apparently Truth Tuesday started out with a lie. Sinead O'Connor was never married to Peter Gabriel. Now, we got to do a lot better than this, I'll tell you.
David is a super caring person.
I'm way more caring than Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was not very nice. A lot of people were kind of... Did you know that there's a theory that Mother Teresa was a man?
What?
Yeah. There's a theory out there that Mother Teresa was a man.
Well, there's a theory out there for everything.
Not really.
Give me a break.
Okay.
Give me a break.
Whatever. She was a living saint and a cultural icon.
According to some people, she wasn't a saint.
But some people didn't think she was a saint. Well, hello, Amber. Oh, ow, oh, ow, ow, oh, ow. God, she just rips into my body every time she gets on me. We can't trim her nails because she's a wild feral kitty. And if we trimmed her nails, she wouldn't have any defenses. So we're acknowledging that Glenn Campbell has died at the age of 81, folks. What's happening?
I'm trying to get this up.
Now, our iVlog show cannot work.
Oh, why? There's something wrong with it.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. We can't go into it. They won't let me access the camera. Our iVlog show cannot work. So Delvin is over at YouTube. Cool. Thank you. Let's keep it without iVlog today.
Use the popular ones like Periscope and Facebook Live, but...
Kind of a warm day. I'm just cooling off here.
I know that won't happen.
Someone should create an air-conditioned clothing line, you know? Don't you think that would be cool? It's like hook up a little cooler
I think that
to
someone should be you.
I better start working on air-conditioned clothing line. I've been thinking a lot about building all kinds of new types of clothing. I was talking about body bag wear the other day.
Oh, yes.
Where you wear a body bag around with you. So if you're ever caught in a Holocaust situation, all they have to do is zip you up.
David's kind of been talking about that with me for years.
It's just a joke, but I mean, it'd be kind of interesting to take body bag material and make it into a clothing line. Yeah, Glenn Campbell, ladies and gentlemen, one of the all-time icons in American music, is dead at age 81. Oh, they make body bag wear in NASCAR. Oh, you're right. That's true. They can zip those guys right up after a car accident.
Korea is now making missile-ready nuclear weapons.
Yeah, that's what they say. And, you know, I understand somebody said Kim Jong-un is looking for the coordinates of our mobile home so that they know exactly where to point the missile.
Don't worry. We have one of the biggest Navy bases in the U.S. They'll protect us.
Don't worry. We're fully covered. We have the eyes and ears of the North American continent protected from this naval air station here. One of the most amazing groups of Top Gun fighters fly over my house every day. And now North Korea is threatening Guam, and a lot of people think it's a diversion. Yeah, who cares, Guam? But we think that there's something weird about. I think he's trying to throw us off of what he's doing with the nuclear missiles that are buried in the submarines. We have more to fear from the nuclear submarine forces that he has, or potentially has, than we do from a standing missile launched from Pyongyang. No, I don't have any unicorns. No, I've got really big koi fish, like this big.
9 people are dead in an earthquake in southwest China.
Oh, wow. The death toll reached 9 in western China from an earthquake that reached 6.57 on the Richter scale. 7.0. Wow. I would never collaborate with Russia. I have no contacts with Russia. I'm the guy who exposed Donald Trump about Russia. And I've been doing this for the longest time, 6 months before the election. Gold is making a big comeback to 1260.70. Silver at 1643, rising. And the Dow Jones slipped a little bit to 22,085. Yeah, I know. They've got 5 the best sub-hunter U-boats sent into the North American, actually into the Pacific Ocean. These 5 of the top sub-hunter killer U-boats are being used because I think what's going on is Kim Jong-un is trying to maneuver his nuclear subs into a position that might be a little bit dangerous. So the war potential for World War III continues to heat up. Some people believe that we've been in World War III since 2000. Please don't share any information from shills online. Thank you. Yeah, we don't need to hear from shills that work for our obvious elitists, funneled with lots of AdSense money. We're not interested in quoting YouTube horrors on our show. Thank you. Well, yeah, they have 2 million special force soldiers, North Korea does. And that's more, well, actually, the U.S. military comprises 2 million military personnel. So we have that many people in our military, 2 million. Yeah, I don't think Feinstein's 16.5 million view in Pacific Heights, San Francisco area. Some San Franciscans didn't pay their taxes, so Feinstein bought their street.
So someone bought their street.
Someone bought their street, really. Hold it. You know, if Bernie says he should be president, he should never have sold out to Hillary. So he doesn't qualify. We don't allow sellouts to become president. What if it's designed so that we will attack North Korea? I feel like North Korea is baiting the U.S. Why else would North Korea threaten the military superpower like the U.S. with nukes? Some other nation has promised them a retaliation strike or attack. You know, it's possible. One theory that was posted here, Ghost, is that China is actually using North Korea as a kind of a preliminary testing area to see where our defenses are and what we'd react to if North Korea were to do something conventional against Guam, for instance. Fentanyl is so dangerous that cops don't want to go near it. Yeah, these patches are being distributed so much. Well, opium has become really cheap, and the Chinese pharmaceutical companies have become really very adept at making fentanyl patches. And a lot of these places are handing out fentanyl patches to doctors left and right, and people who put more than one fentanyl patch on could die of an overdose, like what happened with the medication that Prince took, remember, that killed him? Scissorfight says if North Korea fires just one missile at anyone, little Kim will end up in the fetal position in a puddle of piss with a snot bubble in his nose. Wow. Tough fighting words from Scissorfight. Please don't hate on Jessica. She's trying to make her place here. Thanks. Yeah, I think China and North Korea are pretty much bosom buddies. They're like, North Korea is like the black sheep in the family, you know, the brother that you got to deal with who just doesn't want to stay in line. He must have insider information on snot and things like that. Justin Trudeau's currency is like Venezuela. Canadians voted for pot, yeah.
Well, fentanyl
Yeah.
has killed 2,395 people in Pennsylvania this year. And
Wow.
took heroin as the top cause of fatal drug overdoses in the state last year.
2,400 people died from overdoses of fentanyl.
In Pennsylvania.
In
only.
Pennsylvania. I heard 55,000 people in the U.S. have died from overdosing on fentanyl. That's what I heard. 55,000. No, I don't like Trump. Trump's not a guy I think is good. He's a very, very greedy businessman who likes to pat his pocket. Do not mention anybody in the room named Jessica here. All right? It's a bannable offense, and I'm going to start muting people if you keep it up.
According to NY Post, a cop in Ohio reportedly overdosed in May after touching powder on his shirt without realizing it was fentanyl.
Okay.
It's like, the thing is that I've heard a lot of these fentanyl things, it's 100 times more powerful than morphine, and people take it like heroin, and they take the same amount as heroin, and that's what causes them to overdose.
It's super powerful. It's like 10 times more powerful than heroin.
Hello, Willie Pickles.
BP Trust Fund says there's 600 seamen off the coast and Pacific at the USS Jefferson are supporting you in 2020. Wow.
Thank you, USS Jefferson.
USS Jefferson, first captain. Thank you. Wow. My father and mother were both Marines. I didn't serve in the military, but I would have if I had called, being I signed up to selective service. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys to be out there in the ocean right now dealing with the threat from potential nuclear strike or conventional war with North Korea. Pretty intense, yeah. And we want to make sure our men and women are safe on the open ocean. So one of the things I'm going to be focusing on is not triggering wars with other countries, not grandstanding. Go ahead.
It's Bag and Audio says they gave him a fentanyl drip when he had his gallbladder removed, and he said it's nothing can even describe it. It's like kissing the Blessed Mother while dropping ecstasy on meth during a heroin injection.
Wow, I don't even know what any of that feels like. I've never done meth or heroin or had a gallbladder removed. So I understand. My father told me that giving birth to 2 kidney stones was actually like worse than delivering a baby. That's what women had told him. But apparently Sinead O'Connor was in the hospital for kidney stones. That's why she had a little thing on her wrist. I'm going to try to bore anybody I can outside of this little chat room here.
Wow. So, anyway, 20 pounds of fentanyl and heroin were seized from an apartment on Central Park in Manhattan. Thank you. Breaking911.com. Yeah, Delvin thinks more overdoses means less junkies. I just, you know, it's I'm okay with providing people like their own test kits so they can know what kind of drug they're taking, I suppose. I'm not really in favor of providing overdose kits, like to... Benji thinks the junkies aren't overdosing as much as people in the suburbs. Central Park looks big on a map. There's a larger park in DC and the Bronx. And the Bronx, I didn't know about the big park in the Bronx, Ted G. You just got a couple aspirin for your gallbladder surgery? Yeah, that's all I would need. I totally don't like painkillers. I don't like how they make me feel. I would not want to feel out of control. The only painkillers I really took were like Tylenol with codeine or Vicodin, and I said I'm not taking that ever again. I had that just for like a simple surgery I had done, and I was like, no, I'm not going to take it. It just makes you feel out of control, and I don't like that. That's why I don't do any drugs. I do not like that at all. Well, you know, we live in a Navy town. Maybe that's why all the sailors like David. You got some T1s. What are T1s? Another type of painkiller, probably. Yeah, the only thing you say Sarah only does the good stuff. Maybe chocolate. Maybe every once in a while. I'm trying to avoid it, though. Actually, I had a little chocolate today, so no more chocolate today. Yes, your poor mom needs knee surgery. She might even be in less pain if she need after her surgery than she is now if she needs it. Thank you, 613. I appreciate the offer very, very much. Dark chocolate. That's good stuff, 267. Oh, T1's like the lowest dose of codeine. Yeah. Oh, Tylenol 1. Yeah, Tylenol with codeine. I gotcha. Lovely. All right. Let's do some trivia, 378. That'll get some intellect going in here. We're on Proverbs today. I'll say the meaning of the proverb and you can tell me the proverb. Okay, we're on the letter D. So these are proverbs starting with the letter D, and the first one is Latin. So you might not get it because I wouldn't get it. Latin for there's no disputing about taste. Another version of this saying is, oh, there's no accounting for taste, which I would not know the Latin version of that. I would just say the English version of that. There's no accounting for taste. Like some people have different tastes. You want to do trivia about biology or birds or food? Yeah, I suppose we could. I might have biology. I have life science, that's biology. All right, it was de gustibus non est disputandem. Disputandem. I did not know the Latin. Thank you, 378. Well, I hope you do something that is exciting for you. What do you find exciting in life, 378? Go and do that. Yes, 560 knows her Latin. Well, I guess you have to go find a partner to do that one, 182. I will learn Latin maybe. All right. Even things that are good in themselves, such as the Bible, can be twisted to serve bad purposes. This proverb comes from the play The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare. Yes, she is the brains of chat trivia, Bakra. It is, the devil can cite scripture for his purpose. Well, you should tell him that when he's here, 378. No point in telling me that. Tell David that. Even the grandest project depends on the success of the smallest components. This version of the proverb often implies that the details might cause failure. Yes. Don't waste your time Googling. I agree with that. correct. The devil is in the details. Some people say a more positive version is God is in the details, a saying often attributed to the architect Le Corbusier. Okay, you don't like trivia? All right, we'll move on to news. I just don't like talking about what David likes talking about. David's a different person than me. Well, some people like me and some people don't. We'll just go through the news really quickly. North Korea is now making a missile ready, or nuclear weapons, U.S. analysts say, and they say Trump is not helping the situation. Trump is giving a fiery warning to North Korea, and they are saying that's not helping at all. I did not really listen to, I mean, I've heard his song Rhinestone Cowboy, but that's about it. I know. Insiders don't expect White House interference with the climate report. Scientists think Trump will dismiss the climate report, but some say whatever, it's going to come out and we'll figure out what it says. Disney wants to take on Netflix with its own streaming service. They're going to acquire majority ownership of a company called BAM Tech. And there was a Mormon official ousted. This is the first excommunication of a top church leader in decades. Oh, that reminds me. All right. Today is 8th. Some say trivia, some say nothing. I'll just move back to trivia. I don't know about that. Let's see what that story says. He twice spoke in a general conference. It's not immediately clear why they excommunicated him. It was not for apostasy or disillusionment. There's other reasons like adultery, burglary, embezzlement, spousal abuse, and homosexual relations are some of the reasons that they give for excommunication. They didn't say why he was excommunicated. His name is James J. Hamela. A Norwegian billionaire, according to funds a 600-foot super yacht to help save the ocean. One of Norway's richest men is giving back. He's worth roughly $2.6 billion. And he has his fair share of yachts. So his super yacht will be managed by the World Wildlife Fund of Norway, a research expedition vehicle, and it will hold 30 crew and 60 researchers. It's going to sweep up debris and plastic trash. They want to experiment on ways to catch plastic out of the ocean. Hats off. I think that's a really great idea. I'll give you a picture of that. Think scissor fight. There's his REV vehicle that he wants to do. You think 7 of the signed-in users are the same people? Alright, I will do trivia, but I'm going to move into biology. Or life science, I should say. And mini tankers can fill your gas tank whenever and wherever you want. Nice. Alright, you love life science. Yeah, it's a good topic. What is the rapid change in electrical potential that parts of a nerve cell undergo when a nerve impulse is generated? Unlike ordinary electric current, which consists of the flow of electrons, this involves the potential of the movement of sodium and potassium ions across the cell membrane. It's actually action potential. Action potential. New clue. What is that part of an enzyme or antibody where a chemical reaction occurs? Correct. Active site. True, lazy bones. Actually, arithmetic, usually in Japanese, is easy once you understand it. Easier than how they teach in America sometimes. I know, Bag End Audio. I agree with you. Maybe you need some Beano, Grumpy Hippo. That was an active site was a part of an enzyme or antibody where a chemical reaction occurs. What is the changes made by living systems in response to their environments? Heavy fur is one example that animals might do when living in a cold climate. Adaption, correct. Adaption. I like your idea of acclimation, but it was actually adaption. Hello, Misanthropy. Oh, the governor of Illinois is giving Obama some award. Yeah, well, isn't it? Yeah, the people of Illinois all love Obama, it seems. Next clue. In biology, what is a descriptive term for organisms that require the presence of oxygen to live? There's certain type of exercise, such as running, swimming, or doing calisthenics for an extended time is designed to improve the body's use of oxygen. Correct. Aerobic. Glenn Campbell is a singer who sung like a rhinestone cowboy. Choo choo. And that's all I know. He also had another song too that was pretty good back in the day. No, I don't think David said the Illuminati killed him. David just said he died and he was 81 years old, so it's unlikely that anyone killed him. I think he just died of old age. I think that of everyone over the age of 72, but that's just me. Yes, thank goodness. All right, what are primitive organisms that contain chlorophyll but do not have structures such as xylem and phloem to transport fluids? Sometimes they contain only a single cell, and nowadays they are not considered members of the plant kingdom. They're actually their own kingdom, or part of the amoeba or something. Rex is correct. Algae. Well, he's not saying that he had the idea of solar roof panels originally, 860. He's just saying that he would like to do it on a national level. It was algae. The most familiar algae are the greenish scum that collects in still water. Algae supply a considerable part of the world's oxygen. I did not know that Glenn Campbell sold more records in 1968 than the Beatles did. You think solar panels connected to the grid make it easy to hack the power grid? Isn't everyone connected to the grid, though? Well, via the international law that requires people to be connected to the grid, they are. What's up with you? Alright, the Hacker News. Security in a serious way. There's critical flaws found in solar panels could shut down power grids. A Dutch security researcher has uncovered a slew of security vulnerabilities in an essential component of solar panels, which could be exploited to cause widespread outages in European power grids. So it's vulnerabilities in the internet-connected inverters, an essential component of solar panel that turns direct current into alternating current. Well, if they're internet connected, not all inverters are internet connected, as in some people are off the grid. So it's only if they're connected to the grid. Sadly, you might be right. Well, in some places, they've actually given tax breaks to people who attempts to produce their own electricity, and people can feed it back into the grid. So, according to this researcher, the vulnerabilities leave thousands of internet-connected power inverters installed across Europe vulnerable. So he says it's possible for hackers to gain control of a large number of inverters and switch them off simultaneously, causing an imbalance in the power grid that could result in power outages in different parts of Europe. I wonder if he has any solutions. So he reported all the vulnerabilities to the company that produces the solar panels that are affected. He worked with the company, power grid regulators, and government officials to fix the issues and harden up the security of their systems. More than 6 months later, the company patched the flaws in its kit. It's rolling out patches to its customers, while power grid regulators and the government will discuss the findings at international conferences. So, even though there were flaws, perhaps they've been solved. Yes, of course, I'm sure new vulnerabilities will show up, but I don't believe that just because there are vulnerabilities means that you should not continue moving in the right direction. Yes, I'm sure smart meters could have issues as well. That might be a good point, Miss Anthropy. about stop connecting everything to the internet. I know a lot of things are connected to the internet, and yes, that does make us vulnerable. But at the same time, it gives us the internet, even though it makes us vulnerable, it also gives us a connection that we might not otherwise have. Yes. Oh, wow, Jackson, you're actually on. You got through. Okay, thank you. Oh, your friend has a smart meter. He hates it. He says they misread it all the time. I agree with Lazy Bones. The internet does seemingly makes the world a smaller place. Yes, I know, Heisenberg, about connecting toasters and microwaves and refrigerators to the internet. Well, they say with a refrigerator, it's like so you can know what you need at the grocery store. The big thing is we should always ask why. Why are we connecting to the internet? Is there a particular reason? Is there some kind of solution that's going to make things easier? Yes, I know 2511, and they actually have their own conference as well. 696, you think the internet is not real? How do you think you're communicating with me right now? Good point, Pilot. As long as you continue to get a paycheck, correct? You'd be okay with if the internet clocked into work and did your job, as long as you continue to get paid. If the internet clocked in and did your job and they fired you, you probably would be pretty upset. Darn shootin'. Why does gravity make things gravitate to the center? Is it magnetism? Is it mass? Maybe it's a little bit of both. The internet was not necessarily, yeah, it wasn't designed with security in mind. That wasn't the first thing they thought of when they thought of the internet. Security. I mean, it's, I think the thing with the internet, it was connecting data across distances without having to put information into a, relay information on a telephone verbally for someone to type in, or having to pop documents in the mail to possibly arrive 10 days later. Yeah. You think David's internet would look very different if he could shape it? There was an interesting video about the internet, and there was this guy who had a different version of how he envisioned internet and links, and how you could just like scroll over something and it would pop up a different window, and instead of having to click on multiple links to have different things, it's just like everything's interconnected, and that was pretty interesting. David showed you a video about the New World Order being explained to an educated idiot. You spent all night laughing. I'd probably be the person they were explaining it to. I know, thank you, Antique. You don't feel like you're connected right now to Big Brother, even though you're watching me and typing on the internet? You can think, text, all while you're typing as a guest. Wow, that's pretty good. I think you might have a point, 860. The cybernetic robots are going to take over soon. I think they're in process. The Who predicted the internet with Lifehouse in 1971. Well, I'm glad you feel connected to 875. I think that's the thing, I do feel connected. Wow. Without the internet, I can't play War of Worldships. You think your dad, who's ex-Navy, thinks that the internet was made to spy by the Navy and CIA? I mean, I think that's it became that purpose, but it wasn't originally created for that purpose. That wasn't the original intention, 147. Oh, your keyboard is in a deep freeze? Oh no, you have to restart your computer, Buckra. Yes. You wish the internet was smaller. When things become popular, they always become ruined, except for Dave. That's because David and I are like frozen in time in the early era of the internet. We haven't progressed beyond that, so we haven't become ruined yet. I don't know, he was 81, 366. You learn to tweet and delete. The only issue with that 267 is that when you tweet or post something onto something like Snapchat, where it automatically deletes after a certain amount of time, is that people can screen capture whatever you tweet or whatever you Snapchat, and then it can become part of your digital footprint. You don't like the way women look anymore? What is it about the way women look that you don't like? Is it all the makeup, or is it, I don't know. I'll never leave David. Hi, Mad Dog. Yeah, I'll have this certain look now. Snap me a picture of, or send me a link of a picture of a woman that you mean this certain look that women have. I don't think I have that look. Oh, the pink and blue hair. I just wanted like red hair. Like not pink and blue. The only thing I don't do, I was like, maybe I should wear makeup. I don't know. I haven't decided. Men have been trying to tell women how they should look since forever. Yeah, uniformed individuality. That's a good one, 264. No originality, all the ladies. They're all like clones. They all want to be like each other. Oh, the leggings. Yeah, it's not the men. I think they end up liking each other. Yeah. Okay, so Glenn Campbell did a gig at a local blues and jazz festival and you didn't even look at him? Wow. Oh, the yoga pants, the weird big eyebrows. Well, there was this thing going around, which was LuLaRoe. LuLaRoe last year was as popular among the women I know as fidget spinners were with the children I knew. And then I was like, I don't know. But it's like, yeah.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
You wear a long shirt with a LuLaRoe. Yeah. But anyway.
Fantastic.
So I don't know, but I would say they're...
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. We can't allow any mention of the word Jessica here.
What?
Sorry, I'm purging any words Jessica. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Any women's Instagram. I'll have to
Viagra.
check that out.
Glenn Campbell was taking Viagra? Well,
I don't know about that.
are you making that up? Hi, Jessica. Yeah, before and after. Okay. Well, there you go. Making decisions. Where are they going with this? What is this? A woman?
Before, after.
Okay, this is before feminism. And this is after feminism. So before she just liked makeup, and now she really likes to look different. Yeah, good for her. Freedom of expression. Love it. Glenn Campbell sold more albums in 1968 than the Beatles, Dave. Well, yeah. All the Beatles had was Hey Jude and Let It Be. I mean, how could anyone even compare? Hey Jude, Let It Be. Hey Jude. Yeah, I heard that the motel thing is working out okay. Sinead is finally getting some help, folks. Family are in touch with her, so don't worry. A lot of you were really bent out of shape when Sinead O'Connor was freaking out in a motel room, Travelodge in New Jersey. I would have thought Donald Trump would call her up and said, hey, Sinead, you want to come over to the Trump Towers, visit Melania? I don't want to, but you could. David, North Korea wants to hurt us. Will you please tell them not to? Mr. Kim Jong-un.
Please don't hurt us.
Please don't hurt us.
No, let's talk.
Yeah, let's talk. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. Great conversation.
I've got to go do some stuff outside before I do stuff inside.
Well, believe me, this is a very relaxing show. I'm in the middle of the perfect still of space. The final frontier. Excuse me. Please don't make statements like that. It hurts. It's a hurtful state. Kraken. Good evening, Jackson. Are you trying to get as much exercise as Jackson? Everybody, he works out every other day on his bike. That's pretty smart. We're unable to travel around in Seattle right now because of the air pollution's worse than Beijing. The past few days have been pretty bad. Yeah. We had a big fire north of here in Canada. So I'm just coming up with excuses not to work out. No, I think he's doing real well for his, his young age of, what are you, 40 or something? Yeah, I remember back when in my 40s. Heck, I remember back in my 50s. Yeah, and then my 60s. Those were good years. My 70s, I started realizing I need a little bit more exercise. It wasn't until I got to be 120 that I finally realized that blood transfusions were necessary. Hello, my president. I'm from Brazil. I've already said and repeat, I really like you. Marcello Goggin. Well, thanks. Wow, Marcello, thank you for coming in from Brazil. We're very concerned that South American countries are being mistreated by our nation. I like what you're doing down there with alternative energy. If we were as smart as Brazil and other countries regarding creating ethanol, well, of course you do it by carrying the beautiful sugar cane. But moving toward renewable energy, that's why we want to support marijuana legalization in America, and a burger at every corner. The land of plenty. I want to have Burgerama everywhere you go. I want to have, nobody should be afraid to, you know, have a burger. So burgers will be available in plenty for anybody who's got the munchies once I legalize marijuana. So I'm going to encourage McDonald's to stay open and not close and put kiosks up everywhere. I'm going to do everything I can to keep our American retail fast food industry to move toward cleaner, better food too. So what's more important than legal weed and plenty of munchy food? Well, ending the hostility with North Korea. That would be kind of nice. Then we'd almost have a perfect world, wouldn't we? Except for, of course, the threat of a nuclear weapon from Iran. Oh, hang on. We got any kind of mention of the word Jessica will be muted. Just to keep chat under control here. Hey, Devin. Yeah, scumbag governor of Illinois kissed Obama's ass by giving him an award for Obama Thursday. Wow, or his birthday, Obama birthday. Dave, my girlfriend got accepted into medical assistance school. We're rich. And she only had to take out $50,000 in student loans. You are hereby under mute control. Anyone violating the Jessica rule will be muted immediately. Yes, I would fire Jeff Sessions in a second, simply because he really he doesn't really make sense. He said that marijuana doesn't lower the addiction to opiates. I mean, of course marijuana lowers the addiction to opioids. That's ridiculous to think otherwise. There's absolutely every bit of evidence that, yeah, this is... Here he is.
My view is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana. As states, can pass whatever laws they choose, but I'm not sure we're going to be a better, healthier nation that if we have marijuana being sold at every corner grocery store. I just don't think that's going to be good for us. And
excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I interrupt? Jeff, have you ever smoked a joint? Seriously? Yes or no? I don't think I have. I've had a secondary high from a contact high. Well, unless you smoked a joint, Jeff, you wouldn't understand how good it feels, would you?
We'll have to work our way through that.
Yeah, we will.
I'd see a line in the Washington Post today that I remember from the 80s. This one was, if you smoke, marijuana is a cure for opiate abuse. Give me a break. I mean, this is the kind of argument that has been made out there to just almost a desperate attempt to defend the harmlessness of marijuana.
Well, you said it yourself, the harmlessness, sir. I mean, it's a known fact that people that smoke pot who are not physically addicted to pot like they are to opioids. Jeff, why aren't you concerned about all the opioids that are being produced in Afghanistan? Seriously, I mean, over 4,000% increase in heroin production since we started taking over in Afghanistan. Jeff, you don't give a crap about the people addicted to opioids or the 55,000 people who've overdosed on fentanyl this past year, Jeff. You just want to sit there and act like you're holier than thou art, you'd never smoke pot, and then call all of us less than good people. Jeff.
Or even its benefits. I doubt that's true. Maybe science will prove I'm wrong.
Yeah,
but
it will.
At this point in time, you and I have a responsibility to use our best judgment, that which we've learned over a period of years.
Jeff, why don't you recuse yourself from the job of being Attorney General, too, since you can't seem to do that right? Jeez. Recuse himself from everything. Jeff, just recuse yourself from life. Telling people what to do with their own body, Jeff. Like a rhinestone cowboy. I'm anticipating the solar panel idea will cost no more than $10,000 per home, because we're going to use solar panels that roll right off out of a press, mass produce them. The Army Corps of Engineers already has started mass producing the very solar panels we're going to be putting up above homes. Yeah. Entirely possible to get these things rolled out. Our solar rooftop program is designed to help people build up homes that are breaking down with a homestead renewal plan and create roofs that are producing energy that'll save you money on your electricity. And if you haven't heard about our solar rooftop revolution, Hillary copied the idea toward the end of the race there in the debates. She grabbed our idea. She saw Donald Trump stealing all my ideas, so anyway. This is already being made, so we can all roll it right out. Yeah, Sam is out. The rule is no mention of the word Jessica here. Thank you. Trying to get control of the room here. What's the truth, or on the bioplanes, biodomes ideas, bio everything? What's the truth, man? I like you, 267. You're on right. Yeah, you're all right. You're cool, man. What's the truth? What's going on? I like that. No pressure. It's easy, talking about things like that. We can't allow this conversation to turn into a degenerate Jessica conversation, because Jessica's a wonderful person who's been kind enough to come back in this show, and you're trying to denigrate her, and that's not right. Yeah, that's Chico, you're cheating. All right. Jackson, we're not going to mention the word Jessica here. I think I explained that to you. Jesus, I just can't get over how you people keep falling for this. I did at one time, but only because she said I was going to hell. Now, I said that about the Pope, too. So we could all just have a kind of a make-up session here. We get the Pope in the room, and I could say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said these things, Pope Francis. I was just angry that you let all those pedophiles molest those children. Or I could say, I was just angry because you denied the existence of hell. The Pope denied the existence of hell, Jessica. Isn't that unreal? All right, calm down. Clam down. Glenn Campbell has passed away at the age of 81. Sorry to say. Like a rhinestone. I got to put this in a little background here. Get some molding to the... Yeah, give it some dimension. I'm sure that's the case. You're a weed-smoking person who can't stop. Because you won't stop. You just keep doing it. I get you.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, vote for David Sponheim. America's Party.
For president.
coming election year, vote for David Sponheim. America's Republic.
It turns out that that is being used now by Trump Enterprises. He's using it in his rallies. So he's already plagiarized most of my ideas, and now he's openly plagiarizing the song that Scissor Fight created. Burgers for everybody coming up. That's the goal. Watching David makes me angry. Guess 746. Why is that? Something about me that just burns your hide. Glenn Campbell is true grit. Well, I'm afraid I'd have to monetize that if I play it. Looks good though, I like it. This is Glenn Campbell's appearance in the movie True Grit. He had a cameo. Let's check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, Glenn Campbell.
Mr. Levine came in this evening. Your spurs, please. My poor chairs are scratched enough already.
Right fancy rig, sir. Oh, watch out for the chicken and dumplings. They'll hurt your eyes.
How's that?
They'll hurt your eyes looking for the chicken.
You squirrel-headed bastard. Howdy. What's your name?
I'd like to go to bed now, but first I'd like to see my father's traps.
I'll take a guess and say your name is Matty Ross.
This Mr. DeBeef is a handsome man.
He needs a bath and a shave.
Oh, he hails from Texas.
Judge is right proud of his colic. How do you suppose he guessed my name?
He's a good guesser, I guess.
Okay, now you know this girl looks about 14 in this picture. What's going on here? Yeah, was Glenn Campbell an unwitting dupe in this complicity to mainstream child endangerment? Yeah, what is this? Why is Glenn Campbell in a movie with? Thank you for making my me aware of this. I had no idea. Well, you know, in some countries that's okay. In our country, it's not. Even the the age of consent is 16, and you have to be no more than 5 years older than the person. That's what it is in Washington. Otherwise, sexual misconduct. Anyway, that was just kind of weird. I never even realized that they were kind of pushing that on the mainstream at that time in our history. Hey, thanks. It's just I'm doing the Glenn Campbell haircut because I thought, in honor of him, the least I could do is, you know, play something that looks kind of like him. Like a rhinestone cowboy, doo-doo, riding out on the range. No, I'm not, Buck Ride. I was saying unwitting dupe. He was not aware of any of that. No, it's not referring to him. My goodness, the man's record is remarkable. He's terrific. Great guy. The girl was probably 21. Okay, well then I guess I was overreacting. Or at least the people in the chat room were overreacting because I was responding to that. Yeah, it's the Glenn cut. Working on the Glenn cut here. No, I don't think he even knew who I was. Glenn Campbell forgot who everyone around him was a few years ago. Yeah. I don't work for the CIA. You know, I don't draw a paycheck from any of those sources at all. I'm not a person who sucks off of AIPAC like Donald Trump either. He's pretty much wrapped his lips around the AIPAC Zionist nipple. And he's sucking just so he can maintain the minimum payment on his debt. Donald Trump is very, very deep in debt. $2.4 billion. And he's not going to get out of it by, you know, doing whatever Russia tells him to do. It's not that easy. And remember, we don't talk to Jessica here. Thanks. You can talk to Jessica through the letter J. So when referring to Jessica, write J. Thank you. That's good. Trump would be the first I'd accuse of being part of what I consider a New World Order plot to turn our country into a nation without boundaries or borders. You see, the truth is basically everything in our world, the nation-state model that separates our nations, is considered useless to the people that have lots and lots of money. So they systematically want to liquidate the nations. So they got Trump, who's a liquidator and a bankruptcy expert, to slowly bankrupt us to the point where we're going to end up kowtowing to the World Bank on every single issue. Much like, and what happened in Venezuela could happen here, because Trump is setting this up to make that happen. He's sucking off of the Zionist teat. I'm telling you that. You don't have to believe me. It doesn't even matter. Trump doesn't even know how to respond in a coherent manner. How could he tear me up? Verbally, I'd make mincemeat out of him in an argument. He doesn't have any logic behind anything he says. It's laughable. He usually reacts with an emotional response to everything that comes his way. He doesn't think before he speaks. He's got diarrhea of the mouth and constipation of the brain. No, I'm not going to in any way make you pay tax, man. No, I'm not sucking any teat. I'm not even on any payroll. What the hell is, I'm just an average American trying to fight for America. And we got this guy who's completely off the hinge with sex tapes. Now I heard that there's a woman in England who claims that it's hard to believe that claims that she's seen video of Trump having sex with human traffic victims. She's an actual person on Parliament, former MP. It's unbelievable. I live in the USA. Back in the USSA. Well, now we're going to be back in the USSR if we go back to this idea that Russia is going to dominate our politics. So Robert Mueller is getting to the bottom of it. The grand jury is being assembled. Donald Trump is trying to kiss his ass, writing nice things to him in email form. We'll see what happens. The government has obviously never put me as a shill, because otherwise I would have had mainstream media attention. That alone tells you I'm not a shill. It is hard to believe that anybody could have sex when they have a massive bulbous belly. They can't even see a small penis underneath that. So, looking down, they just see this massive belly. It's like they don't even know if they have an erection. I wouldn't know, but I'm just imagining what that's like. You want me to sound like Alex Jones? No, we'll talk about the real Alex Jones. Somebody said in the room, whatever happened to the real Alex Jones? Good question. Yeah, that's a very important question for Truth Tuesday. I agree. The real Alex Jones is here.
Even though he's an old, fat racist. Who cares about an old, fat racist that says something about an awesome man, Asian, African-American, who's worth probably $100 million? Who cares about words? We're Americans. We're all together in this boat. The man with the plan is here. Jeff Davis. What do you have to say?
It's like you said, Alex, keep the small fish in turmoil so the big fish can rob and rule over.
That's it.
That's the game plan.
That's it.
All of the images that you're about to see came from the videos that you have just viewed, all of which were created in 1997. The image on the left was taken from a video produced on April 24th, 1997. In it we see a man who appears to be in his mid-20s. The image on the right was also taken from a video produced in 1997. In it we see a man who appears to be much older, with a completely different nose, different colored hair, and not nearly as lean and physically fit as the individual on the left.
Yeah, so if you can't see the differences between the individual on the right and the individual on the left, the individual on the right is Bill Hicks, who faked his death. Yeah. And he came in and started acting like Alex Jones, and we don't know what happened to the real Alex Jones. No, this is all real. And you can see with your own eyes. The nose is different. The jawline is different. The cheekbones are different. The eyebrows are different. I mean, I could even say I look more like the real Alex Jones than Alex Jones. And I could probably pull it off. Yeah, the differences are obvious and clear to anybody. Like a rhinestone cowboy. I'm going to be singing songs, Glenn Campbell songs, all day long here. So let's take a look at my face compared to his and see if there's any comparison. Yeah, I can almost see the difference. All right, let's get back to the show. Thank you for coming in. Okay, North Korea must know that I am a heterosexual man. When do you believe Mueller will indict Trump and Trump Jr.? Sooner than later. I think it'll happen in the next month. No, Trump is a guy who's sucking up to Kissinger and doing whatever he tells him to do. Trump doesn't even have an open mind. He's completely controlled. Anybody that greedy is going to be easily controlled. I can't be controlled by anybody. Sarah can't even control me. Yeah.
Now you're saying that I'm the real Bill Hicks? Now you're saying that I'm the real Alex Jones? Who cares about Fuzzy Jeller? Who cares? Exactly. You're trying to say that I'm actually Alex Jones.
No, that's just not possible. There's no way. Henry Kissinger is guilty of war crimes in Vietnam. Let's not forget that. Yeah, not to mention he was behind a lot of other things. Oh yeah. Okay. BP, you're starting to sound very disturbing. I'm going to ask you to mute yourself until you get your act together in this chat room. Trump doesn't own me at all. I'm independent. I have no debt whatsoever. Trump is in debt to $2.4 billion. He's basically got to call his debt broker every month, go, is it okay if I make my $66 million payment? Yeah. You get your act together, buddy. One night on patrol along the Mekong Delta, we were ambushed. That night a gathering of angels appeared above our heads. It sang me to the song of hope, and this is what they said. So you were non-bag-end audio? Isle of Fries, you want to stop criticizing Mr. Jackson and calling him names? That's just improper. Treat yourself better. Nope, I don't. What I've got here is kind of a hair redistribution. Thank you. I'm really responding to chat tonight in real time. I'm really proud of myself. This is awesome. Stop calling him names. I told you that. You're out of here. Donald Trump took my ideas, over 10 of them. We know this for a fact because I have proof of my videos all the way back to 2008, talking about everything from the 1,000-mile fence, no refugee plans. Thank you, Jessica. The idea of the seawater pipeline, he called it an ocean dome. He stole that idea, acted like it was own. Mobile medical units in every city. He never implemented those in his healthcare plan. That's why it fell flat on its face during the congressional voting session that failed 3 times. Mitch McConnell couldn't make it happen. And I even said they would never in any way repeal Obamacare. Aiken County Blues. David, I collect antique model trains. I'm customizing one for ATP. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's nice, man. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people collect antique trains. They're really, really cool. I remember there were quite a few actors. That short actor, what was his name, that collected trains? A black actor. I forget his name. Yeah, he was very fond of trains. What was his name? Gosh, he died. Not, yeah. No, David Icke, I call him Icke. He is basically a lying shill for a group of people in the government who have put forth a thing called the alien agenda, where it takes your mind off of everything by blaming it all on the aliens. Oh, what about all those cattle mutilations? Well, the government's probably been sampling their flesh to see how much radiation is in it from all their drops. Oh no, aliens mutilated those cattle. Oh, aliens landed secretly and killed those cattle, mutilated. Oh, what about all the missing kids in America? 50,000 of them per year. They're probably dead and tortured and then killed. Oh, aliens probably did that. Yeah. But you're wrong. I do have power to influence. Oh, yeah. Every day I do this show, I'm building a massive base, a worldwide base. And all of it's going to come back to haunt the elitists because they lost track of the pulse of the world. I'm on it. I'm riding it. Yeah, cattle mutilations could not be done by vajayjay eating coyotes. I mean, come on. These are razor-sharp surgical cuts performed with a laser beam or a hydrogen ion generator. At low velocity, these things are obtaining organs for possible biops. Well, contacting Kim Jong-un is a big step in the right direction. Trump hasn't done that yet. It's a blimp. It's a plane. It's Dave's idea. Trump took my blimp plane idea. He tried to call it his own. Well, my input is very, very real. I think we should definitely use the THAAD missile defense system at least once to show them that it works. And if it doesn't work, we're in trouble. Okay? If we're going to say we've got missile systems that'll take them out of the sky, we're going to have to use it at least once. Glenn Campbell was an incredible musician, famous for his song Rhinestone Cowboy in the movie Midnight Cowboy. If you ever get a chance, watch the movie Midnight Cowboy. It's a classic. We can intercept the North Korean missiles within a 125-mile target range. This gives us no more than 2 minutes max. No, it's Dave, not Gave. And Trump took all of the ideas that he used to win, but never really implemented any of them. Because he's lying and cheating and completely screwing over the American people. In fact, I'm the guy who's been leading the race to talk about Russia and their influence over Donald Trump. I'm the guy who put this whole idea. People keep saying, Dave, you're deep state. They're controlling you. No, I led the dialogue. Deep state is following me on this. Okay? That's right. Trump is a con man. He has no interest in being president. He's just padding his pocket for his family right now. And you guys are letting him do it. $1,000 with passenger cars. That's pretty cool, 746. Yeah. $1,000 for a model train. Okay, I'm going to add that Glenn Campbell tribute to our show for a playlist tonight. Good. Like a rhinestone. Mini tankers can fill your gas tank when and wherever you want. Booster fuels. Wow, look at that. On the road, fill-ups anywhere you go. They just amounts to $20 million funding coming from conversion capital. So they're going to try to fill people up on the road? What is this for people that are running out of money and can't get to a gas station? Whatever happened to gas stations? The Trident missile system and our other missile system, which I'm not going to name, is not to be used unless we're attacked. We have strong agreements forged. SALT 1 and SALT 2, we forged with China and Russia. We're not going to use them unless we're attacked. Now, if they do fire a missile and it does reach beyond a trajectory that 600 miles away, I think it'd be a good time to use our defensive technology just to, show him what's going on. But there's also the other option of a direct attack. Now, many people in the military are looking at special forces going in and taking out Kim Jong-un. But you're walking into a nightmare because you've got 2 million standing army with AK-47s and lots of guns to defend him. So then the other option is, well, we've got laser beam technology, right? Okay, yeah. And that laser beam technology could be used, theoretically, to attack him. Yeah. So I'm not sure what's holding them back from using it. And eliminating him eliminates the power structure. I'm not saying we do that. But I mean, if he's going to threaten to attack Japan, our strong ally, and South Korea, our strong ally, we've got to at least threaten back, right? So I think one of the things we can throw on the table is the possibility that we could use our laser defense system on him and only him. So, yeah, you want to go ahead and threaten the United States and all our allies, then you guess what? Good luck seeing the light of day. Because if that's what you're planning on doing, Kim, and I'd be glad to talk to you on the phone once I'm president. If that's what you're planning on doing, then we're going to have to deploy what we have to, take out the threat. So if you really, really want to go down that road, keep firing missiles into the atmosphere. No, Kim Jong is not going to convert to Islam. That's just BS. Blimp planes are not in any way offensive. F-33s with blimps on them, not going to work, Moon. Yep. Sending in the X-47B is one option. This little puppy cost $1 billion and is currently the... it could deploy a Tomahawk or a couple Tomahawks, and it's unmanned. Isn't that nice? Unmanned technology. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, we just little joystick, and plus it's extremely maneuverable. Northrop did this for $1 billion. Use it or lose it. There you go. Roger Cheletier. We've got direct targeted location of the leader. Hold that drone. Okay, let's go to our other defensive here. A North Korean money man reveals smuggling operations going on in North Korea. So there's all other ways we have to interdict as well. U.S. Delta Force SEA Team 6 preps takeout Kim Jong-un. Thanks for that, 267. I'm not privy to top secret information, but I understand Donald Trump is working on some sort of a plan. Good. So if we've got a person who literally wants to threaten the world's greatest superpower and wants to try us out, well, he better stay indoors because there are lasers that could zap him right where he stands. Even his look-alike could all be fried like crispy critters right there. Oh, it's a beautiful morning in Pyongyang, and he opens the door and... Goodbye, Kim Jong-un. Okay, any other questions? I think we've got a clear picture of what's happening. Rodman could carry a missile up his ass and go walk in there and pretend like he's, just there for a drink. No, Rodman's a good guy. He's a pretty cool person, and I don't want to demean him in any way. He's a nice person, and I love his outfit. I think it's pretty cool. The Congressional Research Service estimated in 2008 that North Korea could earn anywhere from $500 to $1 billion from types of illicit... Yeah, they make about $1 billion a year. To our $2 trillion, sure. You like the funny, huh? Yeah. Well, I still contend that we have laser technology that could take just him out. Really? He broke his dick? What do you mean by that? All right. Well, let's just change the subject because I'm really tired of talking about Kim Jong-un all day, every day, and his smuggling operations. It's ridiculous. And I really don't want to fearmong and get into that whole thing of wanting to get angry. I'd rather offer them an olive branch of peace, knowing full well that, you know, we have laser technology that can vaporize them. Workers who help bring in cash to the regime are granted access to the outside world. In order to establish networks, they're crucial in making money, analysts say. They often have diplomatic privileges that allow them to evade their host country's domestic laws, experts say. Well, Bingy, you're on it, man. Thank you for doing this. Bingy is very knowledgeable about North Korean illicit activities, totaling nearly $1 billion a year. Well, I'm not really into talking about Dennis Rodman and whatever problem he's suffering, but it is interesting that he did have a contact with Kim Jong-un. Are you doing like a reflection on your Brokeback Mountain experience that you had last summer with your best boyfriend or something? Dude, Trump is not even on my radar. I already realized Trump will be resigning in the next year. He's not really a threat in the 2020 election. Even though he put his name in the hat. Yeah, he's not, he's going to resign soon. He can't even remember where he put his toothbrush this morning. Ivanka, where is my toothbrush? I lost it. They probably have to, you know, give him a massage as he's walking just to deal with his body fat. I know. What is a Trident? Britain's nuclear deterrent explained. Okay, here's the Trident nuclear deterrent explained in full detail. Let's take a look. Okay, well that explained a lot. Thank you. Okay, overnight video queue. Recommendation in light of Kim Jong-un's. Okay, strategic relocation with Joel. The world is becoming increasingly unstable. Oh, okay. Oh, this is InfoWars. I don't do InfoWars. Do I look like Alex Jones? We already went over this. And the answer is yes, I do. You can clearly see I look just like him. Who cares about Fuzzy Zeller? Who cares? Who cares about... Yeah. I don't have any taxes to pay. I didn't make enough. I retired about 8 years ago. Thank you. Be well and prosper. Donald Trump doesn't pay any taxes, so what are you bothering me about making taxes on something I didn't even make money on? Well, we could make bobblehead dolls, but they're $114 a piece. I don't think that's very fair. Well, let's talk about how a U.S. war would go with North Korea, shall we? I haven't received a penny, you dummy. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we go ahead. Let's start with this scenario. We're in the war room. In the war room. You ready? We're like they're like Barack Obama and Hillary attacking Osama bin Laden at Abbottabad. We'll make no mistake about it. Well, what I'll do essentially is tell you this. If I give you any interplay beyond what NORAD would probably consider common knowledge, that would be okay. If I were to go deeper into my logical mind and give you all the details of an interchange of weapons between our country and North Korea and potentially China, that probably would be top secret. So, how far do you want me to go? Us and North Korea, or us and China and North Korea? Let's just, example number one, if we go down that road of exchanging missiles, and I don't mean just our country shooting one of his missiles out of the sky. I mean actually launching a missile on him if he strikes any one of our allies' locations. If you imagine what that's going to be, it'll be a massive exchange of hellfire, and it wouldn't be pretty for Seoul, South Korea, but I can guarantee you Pyongyang would no longer exist. For sure. The city would be leveled. It would be worse than Dresden if he struck any part of Seoul, South Korea. If he were to land a missile even close to the shore of the Japanese coastline, it would involve a definite direct strike against him, which would be an instantaneous lobby of fire back and forth. You won't be coming to my home. Yeah. If you tried, you'd have a restraining order and a stalking prosecution. Stalking in Washington will get you 5 years in jail. So that's about as far as I can take you on this little interchange thing. Beyond that, it's really kind of too involved to really give you any more information, because it changes the scope of our relationship with other countries if I were to give you any more information than that. That's about it. I don't think you understand what's happening, Dr. Meow. If you want to go down that road of proselytizing your communist nature, then go back to KGB Operations Center and ask for some re-scripting on your dialogue, because it wouldn't pass muster. We haven't been infected at all. Our nation has a barrier of defense that's prevented us from attack for the past 17 years. If you call 9/11 an external attack, I'm not willing to make that commitment. I would argue that 9/11 may have come from an inside job. That's okay. We don't have her on the show anymore. She was unpredictable. North Korea is not a direct threat to the U.S. It's a direct threat to all of our allies. Why can't you just accept that? Yeah, I'm going to pass on the Aiken County blues, man. If we were to go any farther toward a direct attack, say, for instance, North Korea were to send their naval operation, which is relatively small by world standards, into the waters of Guam and to try to take it over. That would be drawing us out. We would automatically wonder what he's doing, what his game plan is. Why is he drawing us out? So he can target our locations. That's probably the next thought that would come to mind. Why would he want to target our locations? Because he really doesn't know where our anti-ballistic defenses are. We know where his anti-ballistic defenses are, and they're relatively concentrated in one area. So it wouldn't take long for us to take out his anti-ballistic defense system. And hang on, we have a direct threat in the show here. No, you're not going to knock, slip, and fall, because if you come on my property, you're actually violating my personal property. Yeah, there wouldn't be a lawsuit for you falling because you'd have the police there within a few seconds. I have drive-bys every 5 minutes around my neighborhood. Sheriffs drive by my house every 5 minutes. I'm not kidding. They're always rolling through here. Yeah, well, I think what Kim Jong-un is doing is just trying to draw us out. North Korean submarines and Russian subs have been in our waters. Oh yeah, that's totally normal for the Russians and North Koreans to be in our waters. We are sending 5 of our top anti-submarine vessels into the Pacific Ocean right now to root out any of their locations. And they don't have the best defenses. They can be pinged easily. These are Soviet-style early models of submarines that we already know could easily be seen. I mean, our defenses are way superior to his. We know where his submarines are. The question is, do we want to attack them and initiate a strike? Because that would ultimately lead to them firing off one of their improvised Scud missiles that would make it through the water, maybe enough to get into the air and maybe take off in any one direction. Five with capabilities of watching 1,000 points of light. The sonar capabilities of our subs are superior to any in the world. And we have methods that we can detect 1,000 points of light in the water. It's not a big deal. I'm glad I'm instilling pride and you know, certain amount of I guess, calm, knowing that we have the greatest military in the world, and there's not a damn thing North Korea can do to threaten us. But our allies are under threat, and we have to be constantly concerned about what our actions do to trigger more aggression from North Korea. So I still urge an open dialogue and start talking on a simple level. I mean, hi, I'm Dave. I'm the President of the United States. I'd just like to talk to you. Well, okay. And the interpreter would say, we don't want to talk to you. Well, my phone number is available to you if you'd like to talk. But Donald hasn't even done that. Hopefully my Korean was pretty bad, so no one actually understood it. The U.S. has power projections that you wouldn't believe. Toys you don't even see or even know exists. Ghost, good point. We have orbic transport. Do any of you even know what that is? Because I don't. I just made it up on the fly, just like that. Yeah, we have orbic transport capabilities. I could show you some things that'll blow your mind. You cannot explain the pictures that I'm going to show you. Technologies that are so amazing that, well, I'd be remiss in telling you that we do know at least that we have video cloaking technology. We have the ability to put vehicles above North Korea without them even seeing it. We could set a vehicle right above Pyongyang, 70,000 feet above, and they wouldn't even see it. Seriously. I'm already pre-prepped. Yeah, I'm a super prepper. Yeah. Big guns, there you go. So we have the potential to do a lot of damage to any of his defenses. But the point is, why are we even getting involved in a war of words with an unarmed person who can't really speak our language? That's the harsh reality. Oh, I know where I put it. I put it in my UFO section because it's so stealthy. Now, many people dispute that this aircraft exists, but in 2010, in the Tacoma Tribune newspaper, they claimed that the FBI verified the existence of the TR-3B Astra, a U.S. government UFO. Sorry, it was a little pretty loud here. There we go. Look at that. Check that out. Isn't it amazing? I know what you're saying. You're saying that's fake. That's photoshopped. No, that's one of the most stealthy things we've got in our fleet. And the government doesn't even want to admit they have it. When they were admitted in the Tacoma Tribune that it existed, it's a pizza delivery drone. When they admitted it existed, the Tacoma Tribune pulled the newspaper down in 2 weeks. I would rather reason with a man, yeah. Number one, what does he want? To know that we're not going to attack him? Because we're not going to attack him on the ground. We're not going to send in troops. And one of the things that I've recommended for the past 5 years, and Trump won't even begin to recommend this, is end the war games with South Korea, but maintain our defenses in Seoul, South Korea. But end the war games. Let Seoul, South Korea manage most of them and maintain their position any way they want, but don't in any way get involved in their war games. Yeah, Glenn Campbell has died, folks. Legendary musician, singer. Glenn Campbell has passed away at 81 years old. Yeah, they didn't want to admit Area 51 is out there, but then again they did. And I think the government's been slowly releasing information about their defenses for a long time. I'm not reasoning with him, okay? He may be off his rocker, but he may not. We're not reasoning with him. We're trying to open a dialogue. Did I say anything about reasoning? I don't live there in Tacoma, thank goodness. People that live in Tacoma either have a really tough life or they're stuck there. But they don't love living in Tacoma. Most people don't. You know, I wouldn't talk to Stalin or Hitler, but I would have at least maintained a stance which clarified how far they could go. Yeah, well, I suppose if you want to live in Tacoma, there are nice houses. You could live in one of those places they make condos they make for illegal aliens. Like, Salishan. You should go live in Salishan. That's a lovely area. Southern Nights, great song by Glenn Campbell, yeah. Yeah. But for the most part, Tacoma is a crap hole. You'd never live there. Well, it's not really that great of a city. It's a crossover city between Olympia and Seattle. So SeaTac is a great place to go, you know, land and take a trip out of to your hotel in Seattle. Like a rhinestone cowboy. You know, I don't think Glenn Campbell drank that much. No, he had his bout with alcoholism, but he cleaned his whole act up toward the end there. I mean, who else do I'm thinking of? Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, he's a guy who's still around, and he had a bout with alcoholism. And what a guy he turned out to be. Yeah. Let's see what he is in 2017 here. Let's see if there's a photo of him. You know, you're going to have that problem when you get, you know, close to the sheriff in my area, so. Like a rhinestone cowboy. It's amazing. How old is he? Anyway, he's like he's really reformed alcoholic, and look at him. He's fantastic. He looks great. Was he 90? Yeah, I mean, I practically look identical to him. I look pretty good. Yeah. Wow. I swear, I'm almost identical to him. Okay. Yeah, he was born in 1925 in West Plains, Missouri. Yeah. December 13. David Cassidy has Alzheimer's? No kidding. So you think alcoholism leads to Alzheimer's? Wow. Hey, what are you posting there on YouTube? Guest 875. No, nobody's a known tranny. You're a known tranny. Why? What is your obsession with trannies? I saw a... Hang on, there's something wrong with the URL. The dot. Got it. Oh, Glenn Campbell? I guess I'm dumb. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Glenn Campbell steps in for Brian Wilson in one of the groups. That's a rare picture, 875. Thank you. Yeah, Dix was in... yeah, Glenn Campbell was... Let's talk about Glenn Campbell. Okay, let's focus on that. Not Dick Van Dyke. He's still alive. And he's a 100% man. You know, my local town of Oak Harbor, I was driving down the road today on Highway 20, and I saw a transsexual walking down the street. You know? I thought, wow, did the Navy just release this guy and now he's got to walk around the street? I mean, what's going on? Yep. And I'm beginning to wonder, are these people pulling tricks in my area, these trannies? I mean, this whole thing is getting a little weird. I come from a pretty conservative town out here in Washington. First tranny I've seen on the street for a long time. No, Glenn Campbell really did die. So David Cassidy's revealed he's living with dementia. Is dementia like a code name for a tranny that, you know, dresses up? Maybe dementia was hanging out with him because dementia was looking for a good time. Remember Richard Pryor? He spent 6 weeks living with a transsexual. Yeah, Richard Pryor lived with a transsexual. You didn't know that? Yeah, Richard Pryor literally blew himself up with a crack pipe. Well, I don't consider lighting yourself on fire pure genius. He was cooking, he was freebasing. Oh, by the way, for all of you who don't know, many of you who listen to Barack Obama talk about his days of smoking crack, well, let's be clear. At Occidental College, I smoked a lot of yeah, well, what they do is they freebase. They take the cocaine and they put it in a like a water pipe. It's kind of interesting how then they heat it up. It's like a jar. It's like a Pyrex jar. You probably know how they do that. What is it, rubbing alcohol they use? Yeah, that's how they rock out the cocaine. To make crack. I don't know because I've never done these things. I've been hearing from people that that's what they do. Freebase is pure, man. Are any of you crack users? Just hit 1 if you are. I don't care. Nobody knows who you are. Crack users, hit 1, please. We'll find out how many people are doing crack right now. We got a crack user. Georgie's a crack user. 489's a crack user. Monkey Times doesn't want to admit it. 527 likes it so much he hit like 7 ones. Dude, that's like really heavy, dude. And you're too high on crack to find the #1 key. Wow. And 565 is doing crack. 244 is doing crack. Please don't use the Jessica name in this conversation. Thank you. Okay. Well, we found out something really interesting. We have a lot of crack users in our room right now. People that like the feeling of being on crack. Yeah, it's really fascinating, I think. I'm not here to judge. Crack is your middle name? Wow. All right, well, a lot of you people apparently have been influenced by this crack. Free the crack is whack? Wow. I didn't know that the Bond Live caster Joker smoked crack. I didn't know that. See, I'm learning all these important things about all the viewers here on the show. Apparently, it's true that a lot of them are crackheads. That's okay. Crackheads are people too. Am I right? I know I'm right. Well, for all of you crackheads, I've got a little picture here to remember your future by. So you can look at all the things in the future and go, oh yeah, that's what you have to look forward to. But the interesting thing about crack is you don't care about your future. You really don't care. You like that temporary high that, oh, everything's wonderful. Oh, everything is beautiful when you're on crack. I don't know. I've never been on crack. Crack is whack, man. So you're not. And I don't think people like Gary Busey does crack. Or did he? I don't know. So you must feel like you want to forget the fact that you have a future. That's why you do crack. You spray Febreze on your weed to cover the smell. Are you insane? Weed is all natural. Febreze is all unnatural. You're dying from synthetics. If you Febreze is not safe to put on your smoke, man. Mad Dog, I'm going to have to purge your statement. You can't talk to Jessica here. You have to refer to her as Jay. We have a serious problem with the Jessica chat going on here. Many of you are feeling like you're being brainwashed by society. I get that. That's okay. It's not unusual to feel like you're brainwashed. Yeah, but we're here to kind of straighten that out. So because you like crack so much, you are here to change the chemistry of your brain, I guess. Yeah, because something's not right. There's a reason why you're on crack. When you're on crack, you must feel like you're a billionaire. Does it make you feel like you're a billionaire? Like, oh yeah, I'm like Donald Trump now. It must give you this false sense of assurance, like, everything is beautiful. I'm going to be making millions and billions of dollars on crack. Ah! That's just sick. Yeah, so it's a false sense of assurance, right? It gives you like, you feel like you're on top of the world. You can't do anything wrong. You're like Mr. Rogers, flipping the world off, going, yeah, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. This is what you get, man. Yep. I'm just trying to get to the topic of crack because a lot of people are on crack in this show. The truth is we got lots of crack users. I had no idea how many people in here were crackheads. Crack is so 90s, opioids, where it's at now. Yeah, so a lot of you are doing fentanyl. Okay, so how many of you are popping fentanyl patches? Hit one. It's like a tornado ripping through your brain. 55,000 overdoses last year on fentanyl. Serious stuff, man. Okay, we got 1 user of fentanyl, 2 users of fentanyl, 4 users of fentanyl, Oxy user 527. 414 is this. Yeah, we had 6 or 7 users of fentanyl here. Fentanyl Woodjack 8. We got 8 going on 9 users of fentanyl. 9 going on 10. 9 10. We have 11 users of fentanyl. Fentanyl is a very strong pain reliever that they give in patch form. We got 12 users of fentanyl right now. Yeah, we got 12. Do we have 13 users of fentanyl? We have 13 users of fentanyl. You're coming out of the closet. Monkey Times is a fentanyl user. We got 16 users of fentanyl here. Oh my God, are you Monkey Times? You can't vote 4 times. You ruined my count, man. We got people all around the country using fentanyl. Well, I don't know. I guess the allure of having cheap heroin in the streets of America has made it pretty easy for people to become crackheads, fentanyl users. You wouldn't believe all the fentanyl users we got in the room here. They just want to get that feeling of being a billionaire, like Donald. I'm sure fentanyl can be used in any way that they do it. I don't even care. It doesn't even matter to me. Wow. Who wants to talk about their other drug use? Nobody? Okay. It's an energy thing. You do fentanyl for energy. Yeah, fentanyl is a great way to kill yourself, man. I'm not trying to scare the viewers. I'm just trying to show you how messed up these drugs are. I don't know. I'm not a billionaire. I don't even have billions of dollars. But, I mean, on these drugs, you feel like you do. That's why there's such an allure. I don't care about anything. I just want more of that and more of the drugs. Yeah, that's what's going down. You completely put your personal problems aside. That's why there's an allure for people to take fentanyl, crack, oxy, all these drugs. And I don't think anybody's out there talking about the real reasons why people do drugs. I'm probably one of the only people in the world right now talking about this. Because obviously drug addiction is truly a big problem in the world, and I don't think we've ever dedicated a show to drug addiction. The Inuit Indian children go out and grab bags of gasoline that sit in puddles because of leaked gas pipes. And then they get high. And these little children are killing their brain cells. And their lives are like ruined at the age of 6. I don't believe Europeans prescribe aspirin when your legs fall off. No, what I do, I believe that legal marijuana will begin to lower the amount of use of these drugs. Now, if you went to a local recreational supply store in the state of Washington, which is like little Amsterdam when you get in there, you would be blown away by the quality of ingredients that are totally non-addictive in the THC realm. I don't believe you're a doctor, but you might think you are. I've seen magazines like High Times. I don't read it. No, cigarettes are a gateway drug. Most people that do meth smoke cigarettes because they can smoke their meth through their cigarettes. People who do marijuana don't smoke meth through their marijuana. I don't think marijuana should be sold outside of an actual store. If you were to sell it and make it, say we legalized marijuana, and you grew enough beyond your personal use and you wanted to sell it, you would sell it to the store, not to people in the street. That would be the proper way of selling it. No, but if you really are addicted to methamphetamines or cocaine, or in this case fentanyl, or oxy, if you get access to a little really good, like a dab or what are these things are concentrated THC, 67% or more, one small experience smoking that, and you're not going to even want to think about the fentanyl anymore. In fact, many people who have pain, serious pain, go to marijuana because it's not physically addicting. And do you want to be a physical addict the rest of your life? Because you will be with an opioid. But you won't be with any of the marijuana derivatives. So why would we make marijuana illegal when it has no physical addictive component? I'll tell you, because the true reason is, many years ago, the makers of paper wanted to make sure that hemp could not be produced. Because hemp, you can produce 5 times more hemp with the amount of water and space as you produce lumber. Much faster. And you can make paper out of hemp. So the people that made paper back in the old days were people like Randolph Hearst, who built his entire empire on the lumber industry. So he purposely made it so the Marijuana Stamp Act eliminated marijuana from America. And then furthermore, they went on to use that same reasoning against Mexicans who were coming into the country. They didn't want Mexicans to come into the country, so they felt that by making marijuana illegal, it would somehow stop the interdiction, or be a way to stop Mexicans from coming to the country, bringing marijuana, because it's a Spanish word. I don't eat edibles. I'm not that into edibles. My intestinal tract is pretty sensitive, so I'm not going to, mess up my intestinal tract eating edibles. But, you might want to enjoy that if you are suffering from, suffering. Chemotherapy leads to appetite suppression, so you may want to have a greater appetite. So smoking marijuana or eating an edible might help. CBD is really good for you. It's showing positive benefits for people with skin cancer, CBD oil, muscle pain. It's lowering the symptoms of, no, I don't have Crohn's. It's lowering the symptoms of it's a triggered symptoms of like Parkinson's, autism, seizures, like petit mal seizures are mitigated. And we know this to be a fact. I'm afraid you're not going to be able to chat much longer, Madman. You're going to be banned in our show very soon if you keep it up like that. Go ahead and ask me the question. Guess 2, 3, 4, 5 has a question. Go ahead and ask me. Ask me the question. Well, the fact is the feds can't get the money because they don't want to legalize it. So the states are making the money and the feds don't even get in on the cut. If Jeff Sessions could get his head out of his ass and legalize marijuana with Trump's executive order to back it up, we wouldn't have to do that in 2020, would we? Look, psychotic episodes are rare, and if you could draw a correlation between any type of a temporary acute psychotic episode and marijuana, I understand. But you cannot draw a connection between chronic schizophrenia and marijuana use, unrelated to genetics. If you have a genetic predisposition to be schizophrenic, it wouldn't just take marijuana, it would take a couple of incidences in your life to have an episodic schizophrenic break. And then it becomes chronic schizophrenia. Nothing to do with marijuana. In fact, most people who are paranoid about being high are not having an acute schizophrenic break. They don't want to be caught being high because it's probably illegal in their state. So it creates the paranoia when it's illegal. Hey, take it easy, Jessica. But don't take drugs and drive, folks, no matter what you're doing. Yeah, and psychotic episodes, by the way, have never been connected to THC. There have been acute psychotic episodes due to triggers by THC, but it's for people that have predispositions to get schizophrenia. Yeah, try not to, get too excited. Thanks. I don't think there's any evidence THC can deteriorate your psychological condition. No. If anything, people with PTSD find it very relieving. They no longer have to worry about the trauma of having blown away a bunch of children in Iraq because their commanding officer said, clean the entire unit. Colorado's cannabis, $1.3 billion worth of marijuana sold since 2016. And they've reached the $1 billion mark here in Washington, too. Fentanyl is deadlier than heroin. Yeah. In a single photo. Let me show you. Apparently I can't watch it because of ad blocker. Gotta do it over here. What are they spraying? They're spraying a combination of heavy metals that they use to adjust the weather. And they're spraying lithium. Lithium is one of the ingredients, so it dumbs us down and makes us lethargic, listless. Yep, that's what they're doing. The chemtrails are comprised mostly of aluminum, barium, selenium, and dangerous nanoparticles, which we don't know much about. Our government doesn't seem to care either. Heroin, fentanyl. On the left, a lethal dose of heroin. On the right, a lethal dose of fentanyl. Wow. Hardly any at all will kill you. So don't mess around with fentanyl, folks. Stop it. And use this as a reminder to not do it again. And if you aren't trying, at least trying to do something like an alternative cannabis product, if you're in a legal state, then you're potentially going to kill yourself, because nobody died from an overdose of marijuana ever in the history of marijuana. Breaking on the eve of war, live leaks. Okay, 39 seconds. We're on the verge of war here, huh? Okay, is this Dabu 7? No, it's not. Okay. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
We are live right now, streaming the 24/7 coverage of the war that is about to break out in North Korea. Here's a article right here from this is the Pacific Air Force.mil website. South Dakota airmen are all right, guys, this is the Trumpet News Channel, and we are live right now streaming the 24/7 coverage of the war that is about to break out in North Korea. Here's a article right here from this is the Pacific Air Force.mil website. South Dakota airmen arrive ready to fight tonight for Guam. Guam has been threatened by the dictator of North Korea, and it looks like we're on the eve of war. Come on over and check out the live stream feed of the news as it's unfolding right now. God bless you.
Okay. Somebody got shot. I don't know if he got killed, but somebody got shot running marijuana.
All right, guys, this is the Trumpet News Channel.
I guess in an illegal state or something. Yeah, it happens. Well, he took a big risk. I know, it's like Trump is creating World War III. Good job, Trump tards. Guam authorities asking residents to stop fleeing the island and stealing boats. Wow. So you have actually blackmailed your drug deal. Your drug dealer is your doctor. Wow. So you blackmailed you're so addicted that you blackmailed your doctor to give you drugs? Wow. What, did you get dirt on him and try to use it against him? So what did you do? Put fish into his account and get his secret sex photos or something? You're a pretty messed up guy, buddy. Yeah. Well, Trump voters made a terrible mistake voting for Trump when Trump was using all of my ideas to get elected. David, we would turn North Korea into a parking lot in about 5 minutes. Yeah. But it's the aftermath of that war that's going to be the most telling thing. What would happen to South Korea? We don't want bad things to happen to our ally there. Trump is Trump saber-rattled with Kim Jong-un. Tested his manhood. You don't want to do that with a young man trying to forge his power structure over his own people. I can say it. Do you want me to say it? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Your doctor is a tranny lover and he's married and his wife doesn't know. So you're using that information to blackmail your doctor to write you pain meds? You're in trouble, dude. Sad but true. Would we authorize force to stop North Korea? Of course. Why wouldn't we authorize force? We definitely would authorize force to stop North Korea. What are you talking about? The parity of powers requires us to respond. Kim Jong-un is walking down a very dark road if he keeps intimidating the power structure. Yep, I think Trump will start a war, yeah. I think it's pretty safe to say that. He's intimidating or trying to intimidate a young man who doesn't really want to be intimidated. Why aren't you a meme? I am a meme. I'm worldwide. Just not in the mainstream media. You're right. I've always said that Trump will go to war as a diversion to his controversy. That was the biggest risk we had with Trump and the Russian controversy and the sex tapes. Yeah, so Trump's looking for any reason he can to take the eyes of America off to the subject of Russia contaminating this election and priming his pump, so to speak. Yeah, so the U.S. bombers have been deployed over Guam, folks, so we are seeing defensive strategies going forward. as we would predict if our allies are being threatened. The bombers are en route, yeah. War, scary. Scary war. Yeah, nobody really wants war except for the psychotic leaders that start them. My father always said that, you know, old men start wars, young men have to fight them. But Trump and his vulnerability and national security risk being so close to this Russian contamination issue is going to look at any reason to divert our attention from the situation about Russia, and he's going to start a war, no doubt, with Korea or anyone else who wants to, you know, play ball. I feel sorry in a way for North Korea if they have to, you know, engage Trump, because it will decimate their country and it would put all of our allies at risk. We need to open a dialogue with Kim Jong-un, and the threatening aspects of our war abilities versus his war abilities don't have to be discussed. We both know how potentially dangerous our countries are, so I think we could move forward to what really would make him happier. That's important. What would make him feel good? In a perfect world, what would make Kim Jong-un willing to stop pushing the envelope on war? What does he want? And then we have to consider, is this man trying to blackmail the world with his nuclear capability? And if that's the case, then we have a problem. Either way, we could at least move forward to the solution. Otherwise, without talking, we're never going to get to that point. It may not be over in seconds. The fact of the matter is, it may unleash a tirade against old South Korea, which would destabilize world markets and send the Dow Jones into tumbleland, just like every other world currency. Yeah, the underground vaults by Vault-Tec are pretty cool. Yeah. And they're able to sell them to people who, what, $50,000 for a Vault-Tec underground vault? Yeah, it's a company contracted by the U.S. government before the Great War to design and produce the Vault system, a vast network of complex bomb and research shelters. Project Safe House, the Societal Preservation Program, is part of Vault-Tec's plan. The most notable product was the Vault. Originally, the vaults were Project Safe House, designed to protect the American population from a nuclear holocaust. In actuality, they had more sinister purpose, a project known as the Societal Preservation Program. The vaults could not possibly have saved the citizens of the U.S. from the ravages of a nuclear war. With a population of almost 400 million by 2077, the U.S. would have needed over 400,000 vaults to protect every man, woman, and child. But the government is only slated and commissioned Vault-Tec to build 122 vaults. Yeah. What do you want to know about it? It's highly important and very relative to my discussion of our civil defense capabilities. We don't have any civil defense systems in place other than Vault-Tec or whatever is under Denver Airport. I don't know. I mean, the stock market wouldn't surge if Korea was in any way attacked by North Korea. I think a lot of you are a little myopic on the issue. Did you know that Kim Jong-un has 25,000 possible plutonium-tipped missiles pointing directly at Seoul, South Korea, 30 miles away? And yes, those missiles, 25,000 of them, can fire that distance. We know for a fact. So you tell me, if you're going to have a war with North Korea, how are we going to protect Seoul, South Korea from those 25,000 missiles? Any answers? Smarty pants? I don't have 143 viewers. I have 1,430 viewers. The number is incorrect. It's off by a factor of 10. Over 2 years ago, the NSA analyzed the Vaughn site and found that our entire viewer count was off by a factor of 100. For every one count I have, I had over 100 views. Healthcare is getting taken care of. The cost of healthcare is really at the issue here. People are getting treatment in America. Not as much treatment as they could if we had cheaper healthcare or lower cost healthcare. I researched the force field technology, Georgie. Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier that we have laser technology that could take Kim Jong-un out on his balcony. He could be walking out on his balcony for a morning sunshine, and our satellite would pick him up and just laser would immediately fry him like a small roach. I can't understand why the man would be doing this to put himself at risk like that. Now he's got to live underground. That sucks for him. Yes, South Korea has mobilized all of its reserve force 2 hours ago in case of an attack on Guam and will invade North Korea with the help of Japan far before the U.S. can move out their fat asses. And China decided to be neutral if that happens. The wild card is Russia. You're right. Guam could be under siege. Kim Jong-un is threatening Guam. Yes, and Trump has an approval rating of 32% because he's suffering from delusions of grandeur. Everyone knew he couldn't be president. When he stole my ideas to become president, that was a real telltale sign of the unscrupulous nature of Trump and how badly he wanted the presidency. Another feather in his cap, not to save the nation, mind you, just to pad his own pockets and put a feather in his cap. This is the worst kind of politician that we could ever see. A man with financial ties to Russia, deep in debt to the tune of $2.4 billion, claiming he's got billions when he barely can float his own capital, and then sitting there like a pompous ass pretending like he's got a marriage when he doesn't even have Melania go to the White House. You know, women have a tendency of doing that. Did you know that Melania hasn't even been to the White House except for the day of the inauguration? And I don't even think she went in. I think she went right out after they pretended to walk up the stairs. Our own First Lady hasn't even been in the White House once, and we're, what, 8 months into this presidency? This joke of a presidency? Aren't any of you Trump-tards concerned that he doesn't even have a wife? All right, whatever. Apparently you don't care. You don't even care if Donald Trump gropes his own partners in the White House. Well, there's talk about him having a possible little affair. Yeah. Hope Hicks, his strategic coordinator for communications. Well, that's why you're not president. We don't want weenie waggers as president. Melania hasn't even been in the White House once in 8 months. Don't you think something's up here? Or rather, isn't up? If you get my drift. Well, you don't have to take any crap from guests. You can just be a nice person and just sit back and relax. You create your own controversy. Well, let's be clear. Look, if you're calling Melania names, she's already won 2 lawsuits, people claiming she was this or that. That's just not appropriate, okay? At least you think she's a girl. Some people are claiming Melania is a tranny. I don't think that. But anyway, here is the newest potential love affair in the White House. Hope Hicks, the strategic director of communications, is possibly, you know, well, I never had sexual relations with that woman, Hillary Clinton. It's quite the opposite of that. Do you want to see how British she really is? I was hoping to do like a how purty. I was going to do look up on my Google, my internet. I would say that Melania is a victim. I understand that there's been a major amount of tension between Melania and Trump. That's why he said something that really upset her during the inauguration. Let's take a look at Hope Hicks. We've got to be better pictures of her. Live from the blimp plane. Hello, Moonwalker. Would you like to go to the vape lounge and grab a bite to eat and some OJ? You're already on the blimp plane. Moonwalker is in his mind is already there. Okay, I think we got a very, very beautiful woman. Be hard pressed to not be intrigued by this woman. Look at her. Wow. Even Al Franken might appear heterosexual around her. Wow, I'm actually amazed. Look at how beautiful this woman is. Yeah. You'd be lucky to get near her. Trump has her near his office. Hello, could you send Hope in? Thank you so much. And then Hope comes in there, and I'm not saying she's compromising her integrity. I'm not saying she's anything like Kellyanne Conway. It's just kind of weird the way that he's just so close, you know? All right. Well, we're not dealing with cockamamie goofball theories. We're talking about what really is going on. A lot of the people in the show right now are either on crack or fentanyl or oxy. And they just don't understand the benefit of legal weed. So a lot of you are kind of confused. I'm trying to prevent some overdoses here. Because some of the people are going to overdose on fentanyl. And you don't even know it.
People that would say, but it's a totally different high.
I don't look at you could say that about anything. The fact is marijuana is not physically addictive. Opioids are.
Yeah, in the news they were saying they were kind of upset that the people that the government's not making it like a national emergency crisis, these opioid addiction.
Well, even Donald was talking about it today.
Should be a national crisis.
Yeah, well, it is a crisis, and it landed flat on the media when Donald started talking about the dangers of opioids. Well, he should really embrace legal weed, and he should do it soon if he wanted to be a good president. Sarah's never smoked marijuana and says she never will.
Not going to.
She's not going to.
Legal. It's legal in my state, and I still don't do that.
Yeah, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to have a mind-altering experience. I don't blame her.
I like being in control of my body. Like I was saying earlier, since we were talking about opioids, that one time I had a minor surgery, and they gave me like a Vicodin, and I told the doctor, never prescribe me Vicodin.
Right.
Or I don't want any kind of thing like that. I don't like how it makes me feel.
Yeah.
It just like makes me feel like I'm out of control. And I mean, yeah, someday I understand like the difference between addiction and using those opioids is that they basically, if you need it, I mean, if you're in serious pain, the doctor will prescribe it.
That's Hope Hicks. That's the woman that
she kind of looks like me.
Yeah, she has similar bone structure. Yeah.
Donald chose her.
I know. Similar facial features. And she's wearing a lot of makeup. When Sarah was wearing a lot of makeup too,
I can look like
she
that.
could look exactly like that.
Is that what you're talking about, the big eyebrows though?
No. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. ICE arrests 32 sex offenders in Long Island during an Operation SOAR. Well, that's good. Yeah. At least ICE is doing something other than going after illegal aliens. I didn't know ICE was tasked to go after sex offenders. Isn't that the work of CPS or the FBI? But whatever.
I don't know if Hope Hicks is any relation to Bill Hicks.
I don't think so, but he definitely enjoyed kissing her. I can tell you that. He was thinking, I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're kissing me.
They say that they have a quote of her talking about him, and she sounds like she's in love with him.
Oh, really? Wow. Hope Hicks may be admiring him. Hey, this is the deal. Have we investigated Trump's brothels overseas? The answer is no. Trump has gotten trademark approval for his Trump escort service in Beijing, and no one knows why he has an escort service. And nobody in government seems to care. So yeah, I will be investigating that if I have the power to do that. We got multiple areas we need to investigate and move on. In the Justice Department is going to be having multiple tasks ahead of them. Prosecuting Barack Obama on fake birth certificate charges that were kept away from the Supreme Court 18 times. There's a mafia cult that's being exposed in America. This is the Gulen guy. He must be extradited. How well does the American people know a terrorist organization led by a cleric living in Pennsylvania? This man has been building his madrasas and calling them public education to get matching funds from people like Betsy DeVos. And the Gulen schools, G-U-L-E-N. Yeah, you're in charge, that's right.
I haven't heard that, Maru Dono. Have you heard about Donald Trump's efforts to block the Nintendo Switch imports to stop the spread of Japanese culture to the United States?
No, I've never heard of that, Martino. Maru Dono. I have not heard of that. That's news. Well, Nintendo's been struggling in our market for many years now. Yeah, and the fact is, Trump's dad got rich, literally from brothels during the gold rush. Fact, according to this chatter. Look at that. Sometimes chatters their comments make it to the main screen. And people don't care that Trump ran a fraudulent university. Good point, guest 842. What's your policy on immigration? Do you believe in any sort of ban on certain countries? Well, Exco, my idea was the no refugee plan. Trump stole the idea and morphed it into the anti-Muslim plan. I would never have put that tag on there because we can't enforce it. And consequently, the travel ban was overturned. And then the second travel ban will probably be overturned in October by the Supreme Court of the United States.
Hello, Allura.
He stole the blimp plane idea, yeah. So he takes my ideas and doesn't implement them or bastardizes them. He cherry picks my ideas. And I understand now he's got people claiming that, I've got 3 people confirming that at his rallies he's playing the Can't Stop song that we created here. Scissor Fight created it for us. He's playing it on his rallies. That's what I'm hearing. 3 confirmations already. Now, the story that this is migrating into their show is that Ivanka went over there and made a deal with President Xi Jinping, approving Donald Trump's branded spas, escort services, hotels, massage parlors without U.S. Congress permission. And in exchange for this deal, Ivanka got a deal where we now have imported Chinese chicken in our country. The chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. It is an original song created by Scissor Fight in that particular vein. Yeah. For us. He used a program that has royalty-free program music in it. Chinese man caught transporting 2 human arms. Why would they do that? Boy, this is getting complicated. We're waiting on this picture to open up. Chinese man caught transporting 2 human arms. What the hell? Security officials in southwest China recently had a nasty surprise when they found a man transporting 2 human arms. According to Pair Video, a 50-year-old man surnamed Zheng was approached by authorities at a bus station in Diyun, Jinzhou province, after the limbs showed up on the station's security scanner on July 31st. Well, you can't travel with arms on board a plane. Any arms at all. You can't put arms of any kind. Handguns, human arms, you just can't travel with them. Okay, well, I guess I'm coming to a conclusion. I'm no longer going to be eating a lot of Chinese restaurants because I don't know what I'm eating. I don't know if it's dog or cat or what the heck they put in that reprocessed food. And why do we have to send chicken from America to China to be processed and brought back to America? I don't get that either.
By the way, I've been changing the title on YouTube.
Okay.
So each day you can go up here and somebody said, you should just put in whatever you're talking about here.
Oh, okay.
And then I changed the date here.
All right, that's fine. Well, as long as we have recording broadcast and you have 4 people watching, which is great. Can't get over 4 people are actually watching us. Ronnie Brown.
There were 6 earlier.
Wow, that's amazing. We're really building a huge audience there.
Massive.
Massive.
Audience.
Okay, I bought 4 pounds, 41 pounds, 4 pounds of chicken. I'll report back with side effects. Well,
Okay.
it wasn't chicken. It was boneless rat meat.
Yeah, 4 people on YouTube.
You were eating boneless rat meat.
Hello, Ron Brown.
10-4, good buddy. That's Ron Brown. He's a big important fan of ours. He sent us cards in the mail.
Yeah,
Every Christmas we get a card
he
from him.
sent us, I remember Ron, I think you sent me a mouse pad.
Yeah. Now, when we say we have 4 viewers, that means we have 4 million people watching us on YouTube. The number is huge. Okay, breaking. 1 bandit wanted 10 bank robberies, FBI says. Okay, the 1 minute bandit goes in 1 minute. He's been wanted for 10 separate bank robberies. So he goes in, and within 1 minute, he gets the money and he's out. Sounds like a bad sex act. Very discreet. You can hardly even tell. He looks like a typical man going through a midlife crisis. You can look at his face. If you recognize him, that's a pretty good picture. My God, that guy looks like my cousin.
I was going to say.
No? Does anybody recognize this man right here?
No, that's a little bit different.
That's a pretty distinct face. No, it's not me. I have a much different jawline. Yeah. All right. So we got pictures. Apparently, ICE arrest. Oh, excuse me. That's the story.
I don't know. There's nothing else on it. Let me see.
Nope, that's the story.
That's it.
At least we got a picture.
It's just a picture of him.
And the guy who carries arms on board an airplane. David, oy vey, David, we give them our chickens, they lace it with lead to reduce our population. Boogie, tell me about it. Oy vey, that's why I'm not eating at Mexican or at Chinese restaurants anymore. It's your old science teacher, Mara? Maybe it's Mr. White. You know, these old science teachers can get very, very desperate for cash. You know the whole story behind Breaking Bad. He starts making meth in his science laboratory, this chemistry teacher. If you haven't seen Breaking Bad, it's an incredible show. It's well worth watching. Okay, and now we're supposed to become worried about the spread of North Koreans' allies like Cambodia, Vietnam, and Myanmar. All right, and you're trying to turn this into a Muslim issue? North Korea isn't traditionally Muslim. Boy, you're really taking this off on the deep end. We got all kinds of reactionaries here.
Speaking of Chinese chicken.
What?
We went to this restaurant today, and it was Asian Day at the buffet.
Oh, God, it was horrible.
It's like there's soy. It was so much soy sauce and teriyaki sauce, and it was everywhere.
Yeah. So gross. It was gross. It was like the people that were cooking were sitting there with the teriyaki things
They're
going like that.
Oh, it's Asian Day. What should we do? I know. Just add soy sauce to everything.
We're going to mute you for that, Dr. Meow. Questioning our intelligence.
Well, and then they put peanut sauce, which I like peanut sauce.
Yeah, peanut sauce is usually good, but they put it on beans.
On green beans.
Green beans.
I'm like, and I love peanut sauce. And I'm like, but peanut sauce does not work with green beans.
We should probably not talk about peanut sauce too much, especially if we don't pronounce it perfectly.
Peanut.
Peanut. I just can't believe you people. You're so perverted. Anyway. Yes, the chickens could be dumped from the Yangtze River. We don't know. So in exchange for Trump brothels and the Trump escort service, we get Chinese chickens sent into our country. I am not mean to Sarah. I just didn't want her to say the word too much. Well, aren't you Mr. Positive here? Uh-oh, Mr. Bill says war will be declared tomorrow via Twitter.
Do you need to take a break?
I do. I'll be back. The chickadee China, the Chinese chicken.
Here to
Thank
give you a little break, so then I can get out of here. Well, not with green beans. I don't like green. I like green beans normally. I like green beans. And I like peanuts. No, I like my face like clear, clean, no makeup, nothing on my face. What's my favorite thing to cook? Peanut butter cookies would be a good thing to cook. Except I don't like to cook in the heat of the summer. Thank you, B-Boys7. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, you know, David, like, has this enzyme fruit spray that he sprays on his face. I don't like doing that. He said, here, do you want to try it? You'd be spraying it on your own face. And I'm like, no, I don't like that. I do have a sweet tooth, that's true. I had some... Fortunately, they had a good dessert bar at the place we went. And that was a saving grace. Oh, good. Nixon became the first president in history to announce he would resign in 1974. So it took 3 years to get him to resign. I mean, he was sworn in 71, right? No, 72. 2 years. Well, I will, yes, popcorn chicken, that would be okay. Yeah. Even, yeah. I'm just not a fan of heavy-duty teriyaki or soy sauce. It's just so gross. No, I don't do that, 525. I hope Robert Mueller does find some stuff too. There was this news article on Google that said there are people that have turned down really lucrative positions in order to work on the investigation. Popeye's chicken, good. How would I resolve the situation with North Korea? With a conversation. Say, why are you trying to nuke the world, dude? Just calm down, take a deep breath. No one's coming after you. It's okay. I know we're officially at war, but let's sign a peace accord. Yes, Glenn Campbell passed away. I'm sure Kim Jong-un would talk to me. Of course, he might have a thing against women, but then he can talk to David. Just ride a wave and get pitted. Or tell him, be like water, my friends. You just got back from buying tacos. Did you go to a good taco place or did you go to like a Taco Bell? They're safe, they're Tyson popcorn chicken, okay. I know. I think maybe we are on the eve of destruction. I hear all the jets flying outside getting ready for night raids. Ah, good tacos, yum. No. It's at least 23% real chicken when it comes from Tyson. Is it packaged in China? It is Taco Tuesday. That's why I told the buffet we went to, I said, forget the Asian cuisine and do Taco Tuesday. Because you're losing customers like just pouring soy sauce and teriyaki sauce all over everything. and making it look greasy and unappetizing. It's not good. Hello, Mickey. How are you? How are you doing tonight? Whoa, that is a pretty interesting picture. I never realized this. So, add, screen capture. Okay, you're probably saying, what are you looking at? Oh no, add, screen capture. Go. Here we go. Okay, the reason I'm showing you this picture, it says, where it says, these are lethal doses. A lethal dose of heroin and a lethal dose of fentanyl. Where do you get tacos for Taco Tuesday? No, I would get Taco Tuesday. That would be good. Yeah, fentanyl is nothing to dabble with. Yeah, well, if Kim shot a missile, I'm on the west coast of the US and I'd be the first target, but yes. Well, they have these bricks. I actually have one in the other room that kids can learn how to code on. Oh, Mr. Bill. The EV3 Mindstorm. Oh, I'm sorry you had such a hard day at work, Allura. Don't worry about coming back tonight. Just sleep. Your body needs it. Let's see. It just says, this is from Why Fentanyl is Deadlier Than Heroin in a single photo. The opioid crisis just keeps getting worse, in part because new types of drugs keep finding their way onto the street. Fentanyl, heroin's synthetic cousin, is among the worst offenders. It's deadlier because it's so much stronger than heroin. 30 milligrams of heroin is a lethal dose. 3 milligrams of fentanyl is enough to kill an average sized male. Fentanyl, according to the CDC, is up to 100 times more potent than morphine and many times that of heroin. Drug users generally don't know when their heroin is laced with fentanyl, so when they inject their usual quantity of heroin, they can inadvertently take a deadly dose of fentanyl. In addition, while dealers try to include fentanyl to improve potency, their measuring equipment usually isn't fine-tuned enough to ensure they stay below the levels that could cause users to overdose, considering only 3 milligrams is lethal. Yeah, don't worry. Boogie's right. No, David's not. There's nothing average about David. Everything about David is larger than life. Fentanyl sold on the street is almost always made in a clandestine lab. It's less pure than the pharmaceutical version, and thus its effect on the body can be more unpredictable. Heroin and fentanyl look identical. There's Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. NOAA is offshore testing for potential oil drilling. And they always do the oil drilling far enough offshore that the environmentalists can't see it from the shoreline. They have in testing drug vaccine. They have a drug test that's great. Yes, riveting. All of New England has been particularly hard hit by the opioid epidemic. 439 drug overdoses in 2015, most related to opioids. 70% involved fentanyl. And so far this year, they've seen 200 deadly opioid overdoses in North New Hampshire. So fentanyl was originally used as an anesthetic. Doctors realized it was effective at relieving pain in small quantities, started using it for that purpose. Fentanyl actually has a pretty wide therapeutic index or range within which the drug is effective and safe. The difference in strength between heroin and fentanyl arises from differences in their chemical structures. They're in trial for testing a drug vaccine that will eliminate drug addiction. The drug addicts get a state, fence it off, stick them in there to fight amongst themselves. This is George Carlin's idea. Your granddad drove your car in reverse for 2 hours because he liked the backup cam. I saw a forward-facing cam on a Kia the other day. I thought that was interesting. It's like, okay, I don't really understand why there's a forward cam. I guess it helps with parking, but anyway. Yeah, maybe blind spot monitoring, but it was like in the front of the vehicle. It wasn't like on the sides. I can imagine on the sides. Oh. So there's an mu opioid receptor in the brain that these opioids bind to. Wow. So more Narcan may be needed to combat a fentanyl overdose than a heroin overdose. Oh, you have the side monitoring when you put your blinker on. It shows you have side cameras. That's pretty cool. You must drive a Honda. Exactly. I did test drive one of those Hondas. The Hondas, the thing is, yeah, I bet you're right, 566. I'm not sure which ones come with the 360 cams, but I'm sure they do. Okay, thanks, Cellfire. How did we get onto the drugs subject? Well, we were talking about fentanyl, and David had this article up. You only have side alerts. Does sound go off slow, old, and ready when you turn on your blinkers? Or is it just the lights blinking? Because I have I test drove another car. Sometimes I like to test drive cars. And they beep. It beeps and there's a side light. Oh, you turned off the beeper? Okay. There is an opioid receptor built in the brain. Dr. Meow thinks that proves that we're supposed to use opioids. Mine is a 2001 car. I don't have any of those. I do, however, have a nice stereo system that has that was put in aftermarket. No, I don't think I need a new car. I don't want all the payments. Well, what I believe, misanthropy, is not a gene, but I do believe in hormones. Actually, I don't have 300K on a 2001. I bought mine used, and it only, I think it has 140, maybe 150,000 on it, which is pretty cool. And it's a Honda, so I know I can drive it to like 200,000, so it's pretty cool. So if I had over 200, I mean, you can drive Hondas to like 400,000 as long as you take really good care of them. And I plan to take really good care of my car. Like, I always get the oil changed and get all the checkups done and all of those things. Once a vaccine is used, any type of drug used has no effect, so people can't get high. So then they're not going to use drugs. They'll be like, I feel nothing. I'm just numb all the time. Maybe it like makes people super depressed all the time. Isn't that lithium? I don't think there will ever be a drug vaccine either. Never use transmission fluid other than Honda fluid. Pro tip. Okay, thanks, Carpet Muncher, for a Honda. Yeah, regular maintenance, you can get it past 300K. At least I've heard that. On my vehicle, I choose to get it done at the dealer. But I have, at least since I bought it, or David bought it for me. Anyway, but yes, antidepressants can actually cause depression in some people. Wait, but the Honda oil, you have to be very careful, 1909, because Honda, at least for my vehicle, you don't have to use Honda oil, but you do need to use pure synthetic oil if you want really good performance. And in my vehicle, they don't use 100% synthetic at my dealership, my local dealership. It's like they use a blend. And so anyway, I go and I actually buy Mobile One for my vehicle, and I use 0820 because I have yeah, it's like a blend. Anyway, I use 0820, which is for my my Insight. But you can use, I mean, they also make Mobile One 0830 pure synthetic, and the Mobile One is like, from what I've heard, it's the best oil. And so I actually bring that into the dealer and say, use my oil in your vehicle, in the vehicle, because I don't know if it was my car or David's car. I think it was fortunately David's car that he did an oil change at the dealership, because sometimes they give out like coupons. That's when I usually use. And anyway, yes, use synthetic oil. It's good. And anyway, that's when he found out that they use a blend. They didn't use pure synthetic. And so then he goes, and David always gets the Mobile One. Does Honda own oil companies? No, because if you go and you find like Honda, you can't find a Honda oil, but there is like whatever oil they use. Don't use coconut oil or baby oil. No. But anyway, Honda's oil has special detergents in it. If you say so. I would go with the Mobile One. But I agree with you with the transmission fluid. You need to use usually what the dealer has. You can't punish pharmaceutical companies anymore. You wish you had that link for something as close to being passed. Yeah, I wonder. 875 cut with soy sauce. So don't like that stuff. I don't like soy sauce. So they say fentanyl hugs the receptor, the mu opioid receptor in the brain. Fentanyl gets to the brain faster than morphine because it easily passes through the fat that's plentiful in the brain. And fentanyl hugs the mu opioid receptor so tightly that a tiny amount is enough to start the molecular chain of events that instigates opioids' effects on the body. Yes, that's a good point, 566. Oh, yes. True, Boogie. I tend to agree. I don't want to say bad things about certain brands, but I tend to agree with you. Old wives instead of wise tell, I think it's old wives' tale. Yes, I agree with Zelfire. Opioids mess up your natural receptors. 2 new bills quietly slipping Congress will give pharma unlimited power and zero accountability. The web page is not available. Okay, here it is. If you're hurt by a pharmaceutical, you can sue the company that made the drug and be compensated for your losses, right? Most people assume that's the way justice system works, but the reality is that it's difficult, in many cases impossible, for victims of pharmaceutical companies and other big corporations to gain compensation or justice. 2 bills are currently going through the U.S. House of Representatives. H.R. 985, the 2017 Fairness in Class Action Litigation Act, and H.R. 1215, the Protecting Access to Care Act of 2017, that will make justice for victims of pharmaceuticals nearly impossible. They can hurt you as long as you were warned. You don't use opioids, but you use a lot of oil. Okay, 566. That's funny. So even if you're never given the drug warning label, you were warned as far as the justice system is concerned, because the learned intermediary doctrine states the pharmaceutical manufacturers aren't obligated to inform you. They're only obligated to inform the doctor, the learned intermediary, about the potential harm the drug can cause. Wow.
Yeah, they're getting off with a lot of legalese that get them completely forgiven from any lawsuit.
And victims of generic pharmaceuticals can't sue.
The element, what are you talking about? Opioids will be a thing of the past and will eliminate the element. What are you saying?
He thinks that there's going to be a, here, I'll look it up, but he thinks that there's going to be a drug vaccine, an addiction vaccine.
David, why can't they kill pain receptors with lasers? Well, they can't even stop retinal bleeds with lasers completely, Bengalitis. It's a very inexact science. See, this is a way of stopping it. Anti-drug vaccines could be a game changer for people battling, what? Addiction? Wow. Well, I guess we should all just live in fear. I mean, I know
David was talking about High Times earlier. I'll read this one from High Times.
Oh, it's just the danger of how much fentanyl can kill you.
Vaccines are being developed to block the entry of drug molecules into the brain and prevent the high response in users, thus making drugs less rewarding.
Well,
has been in the making for several years. It's now nearing the human trial phase.
I think they tried it in chemtrails that they sprayed over our area the other day. I think they're probably deploying it in the air right now as we breathe. These vaccines, they can deploy in the atmosphere, you know. You remember when there were vaccines that were through the nose? And it only lasted for like 3 months. They hit the market and they were so effective that the pharmaceutical companies pulled them off because they can deliver vaccines through our nasal cavities just as fast as they can deliver it through our bloodstream. So I've come up with the solution for the whole thing. I'm ready.
That's not gonna work. Oh, that'll work. But this drug anti-addiction vaccine's not gonna work.
No, no way. It's like a strap.
Oh. That looks interesting. David's ready for the apocalypse, huh?
I'm ready for the apocalypse now. Yep.
Okay. David, you got it.
You got it. Thumbs up, everybody. I should get my wireless mic and plug it in, you know?
Yeah, and then maybe people could hear you.
Then they could hear me, yeah.
Then it would be like you're on what's the word? Like an astronaut.
I'm like an astronaut, yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's get rid of this.
I don't need I don't need a mask. Oh, okay. Oh.
Alright, so you're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm stretching out my back.
We're going to watch the show in there at 10, so.
Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to learn how to put my coffee.
I know.
Thank you so much.
You're protected from everything except now you can't eat. That'll only last until you get hungry or thirsty.
Yeah, I'm prepared. You know, I have NBC gear, nuclear, biological, and chemical gear, for when Sarah and I travel. So I really do carry this stuff. You can get these masks online for a song like $50 or less. Yeah, you got to go look. They're not easy to find. They're painter's masks. It's a pro grade mask. Yeah, I bought it and it had all kinds of gray paint from a paint shop, and you can still see it's kind of scuffy. I cleaned this up with rubbing alcohol, 99% rubbing alcohol, and it finally got it clean. But then I got new filters for it. So, but this is normally a $160 mask. I got it for like, I think $35, $39. You gotta look for this, Boogie. One of the things that you have to prepare for when you're a super prepper like I am is the inevitability that you're going to be in one of your cars and you won't have anything. So you've really got to create bug out bags for your vehicles. Now, one of the things I recommend is this little guy right here. Let me show it to you. Hang on. I just picked this puppy up at a closeout sale. What this is it's a Coleman insulated like an ice bag. And this kind of a unit could be your bug out bag, the start of your bug out bag. You can virtually keep cold items in here with just an ice pack for a full day in a heated environment. And you've got side pockets up in here. You got bungee style packs. You put this kind of unit in your trunk with all the food provisions and a medical kit that you could put together, along with a water filter. Could veritably save your life in the coming apocalypse once Donald Trump starts a war with North Korea. So I would urge you to look for something like this. You know, I don't think you can go wrong. The durability factor, and the best thing about this, nobody wants to carry it, so it has wheels. So you can just wheel it along like that. Pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah. And look at how easy that just tucks away in your it just tucks away in your trunk. No, seriously. I'm not kidding. This is really, really durable. It's made by Coleman. It's called Coleman Cold. I'm not representing this. I'm not like Alex Jones.
You're going to have to survive an apocalypse, so obviously you're going to need a water filter.
But no, you can really seriously build a small bug-out bag from a cooler bag like that. And it has a dual purpose. You can carry a lot of gear in it. You got lapolicegear.com. I didn't know that existed. Cool. I'll look it up. lapolicegear.com. Searching.
You have a huge backpack you could fit a body in.
Well, dude, that's exactly like the duffel bags they use in the military. I've got a few of those. Oh, yeah, from the 1970s.
I was thinking you could use that instead of a tool.
Instead of a... Oh, yeah. What do you mean this? This?
No, I mean the duffel bags from the war.
Oh, yeah. No. Dude, I'm more interested... I'm calling Sarah dude. Dude, I'm more interested in building a rugged, survivable, durable, full-body outfit that you can carry with you in the event of a total coronal mass ejection. If the sun somehow blocks out the entire electromagnetic system that we use today. David, I tried the 25-year food stuff from Wiseco. It was not good, but I'll keep you alive for as much as food as you bought. Yeah. Well, a lot of that stuff will go bad after 5 years, but good luck. Always keep an eye on your food. Make sure you're not rotating a bad thing. Word to the wise, if you're a super prepper, you definitely are going to encounter a problem with oils in any of your food products.
Yes, oils can go bad.
Oils are going bad as we speak. So I sometimes buy oils in tortilla chips. Tortilla chips don't have a shelf life more than 4 or 5 months. Seriously. The oils will go rancid, and it is a problem. That's the biggest thing, along with the possibility that a can of food starts to enlarge. Once it does that, it's done. You got to throw it out. Anytime a can starts to pop out, that's an anaerobic or bacteria that's dangerous to eat. I don't have MREs. I've got a survival kit from 1958, which we keep as our heirloom survival kit. I used to start dehydrating back in the 80s. And I started dehydrating all the organic food that I made because I was a big organic gardener. And I stored dried food for 10 years that were sealed in packages. They weren't nitrogen sealed, but they were sealed. And they don't last more than 10 years. Pretty much you're going to lose all your dehydrated vegetables. So what you want to do is find products that are really already pre-mixed. Like they make purees now in plastic containers of vegetables that you can virtually, open up a tube and have a little puree. It gets your probiotic material in your body. And you're eating, liquid vegetables, even if they are a few years older than they should be. Your shelf life is actually better there. And canned goods have a lot longer shelf life than you expect. The truth is the government has already told people to, oh yeah, they got some major closeout specials there at LA Police Gear. The government's already said that... Let me go to Delicious. I think I've got a Delicious account. I can access this. Why not?
Yeah.
You've got a napkin to wipe the tip of your nose, really? Yeah, well, you're not going to get grilled chicken breasts in a bun unless you're going to fast foods. We're talking post-apocalyptic, dystopian future. All right? Another thing to store is things like green coffee beans. I've never had green coffee beans. They're usually roasted when I put them in a bag. Now, why would I want green coffee beans? So I could grow my own coffee?
Roast them yourself.
Should I grow my own coffee beans?
You don't have to grow them. You just have to buy them green.
Buy them green. Oh, you mean I buy them green? Oh, where do you find green coffee beans? Does Starbucks have that?
Roaster. You know how they say roaster.
Well, yeah. I mean, the guy down the street who roasts them, sure, I could ask him. Got chickens in your bunker and China. Kitchen chickens in your bunker and you're ready. Ready and prepared. Okay, let's go see if I can find that. Government food. Expired. Here's an actual website. Dang. No links, huh? No. Server error. Their site's still not working. That's so weird. They really are down. Delicious. Seriously. It's amazing they're even up that far. Grow your own tubaki. Really? What is tubaki?
I think they mean tobacco.
Oh, tobacco. You can get ornamental tobacco. Yeah, there is no tobacco. There are no records of tobacco. Now, if you're in a legal state, you can grow wacky tobacco too. Oh, it's okay, Boogie. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We allow a certain amount of people coming in and sharing their views. Well, that's interesting. So let me look under the main search. Government recommendations for expired food. Yeah, we had an article on this. Yeah, go to the United States. Huh, that's not the ad I was looking for. Anyway, the government told us, says it's okay to eat some foods 12 or 18 months after its expiration date. Hey, there's something. Psychopath Corporation, Monsanto. That's definitely what I agree with. Okay, here's Fox News, food and drink. Yeah, so this is just one affirmation. Amen. Psychopathic corporation, man. E from tooth virus, man. Here we go. Government says it's okay to eat some food 12 or 18 months after its sell-by date. Okay. Yeah, I've got lots of garden seeds, and I'm prepared to start growing them in my biodome if necessary. But these are the kind of things you have to prepare for. Seeds are one of them. But according to the USDA, the average American tosses out 36 pounds of food a month. That's over 20% of the available food that goes uneaten in the country. So food date stamps such as use by and sell by dates are not federally regulated and don't always indicate food's freshness. While some food should not be thrown out like moldy fruit, should be thrown out like moldy fruit or curdled milk, a lot of it's probably just fine. Okay? So this is the article I was looking for.
That's pretty good. I'm glad they're doing that.
Yeah, I just want you to know that's Fox News. So bear in mind, folks, that this is not a situation where you should just take your food, your canned good, and say, well, it's past its date. I want to throw it out. It could be very beneficial. And I'm going to win something. Promotion. Fractal bit. Uh-oh. It's exciting. Publishers Clearinghouse or what? Custom Origin PC Neuron giveaway powered by Fractal Design, Bitwit, and Origin PC. It's been teamed up with a Fractal Design and Bitwit to give away a custom Origin PC Neuron gaming desktop to a lucky fan. Enter now. Operator standing by. You know, that's not really my thing. And Bill Clinton on virtues the North Korean nuclear deal.
Before I take your questions, I'd like to say just a word about the framework with North Korea that Ambassador Galushi signed this morning. This is a good deal for the United States. North Korea will freeze and then dismantle its nuclear program. South Korea and our other allies will be better protected. The entire world will be safer as we slow the spread of nuclear weapons. South Korea, with support from Japan and other nations, will bear most of the cost of providing North Korea with fuel to make up for the nuclear energy it is losing. And they will pay for an alternative power system for North Korea that will allow them to produce electricity while making it much harder for them to produce nuclear weapons. The United States and international inspectors will carefully monitor North Korea to make sure it keeps its commitments. Only as it does so will North Korea fully join the community of nations.
Oh yeah, and that really worked out, not. Well, when Barack Obama, well, let's be clear, became our president, he forged no contacts with Kim Jong-un. He acted like they didn't exist. And they sat back and watched the death of Kim Jong-il and the ascension of Kim Jong-un to the office of the leader of that country. And nothing changed on our end. We didn't make any attempt to do anything. We did notice that when Kim Jong-un took power, that they've piped up their plutonium manufacturing plant, which does have leaks in it. So its footprint is pretty obvious to the Americans on by a satellite. So we know that they amped up their plutonium production capability, which means the likelihood of them putting plutonium, even as a dirty bomb, on the tips of their missiles is pretty high. Okay? So we always have the risk of a dirty bomb potential from their Scud force of missiles. That's my biggest concern. So being they have the ability to, you know, threaten the world with their nuclear capability, so does France. Okay? So does England. So does the US. We all have the ability to do whatever we want. So we're on the same page, really, with this person who thinks they can threaten the world. We're really no different. If we look at it that way, we can begin a dialogue. And nuclear non-proliferation at this point is a general discussion that the world is having. We need to get him to put his demands forth economically, and his primary goal, I think, is just maintaining his economy. I don't think this man's an expansionist. I don't think he wants to take over other countries, because I know, and I'm sure his military advisors would say, we would be attacked. They would continue attacking them, even if they were to try to take over South Korea again. It would be a non-stop attack. It's not like they're going to acquire more country. What if his fantasy was to take over South Korea? To somehow hijack the Hyundai Corporation under his control and make it work for him? He would think, oh, well, I've got the ability to control the world's economy now because I'm controlling one of the largest, the fourth largest corporation in the world, Samsung. Hyundai. These are major corporations. So, Hyundai. Yes, it's true that Jimmy Carter had neutron bomb research under the plan, and they completely let it go.
I definitely had a lesson after a Playboy magazine, and we cut the neutron program to appease the Russians.
But in reality, IKEA too. Let's not forget all the others different. So, I mean, maybe he has a ground war against South Korea in his mind. If that's the case, then we have no other option. You know, it's full-on war, and it would be decimating everybody that tried to enter the DMZ, the demilitarized zone. If they breach that area, it's just going to be flat out. Plus, let's not forget that we possess weapons of conventional attacks, not even nuclear, that could decimate his population in Pyongyang, even if he has only 3 or 4 people working at a snack bar, just for show. So there's conventional weaponry that's out there, like the mother of all bombs that Donald Trump just deployed, killing over 100 men in Afghanistan. Right afterward, the Taliban retaliated, killing 146 men the day after in Kabul. Donald Trump didn't even comment about it. Yet he's now talking about Afghanistan being a failed policy. It's been a failed policy from day one. Why are you now handing over the ball to privatization? And if you are handing the ball over to privatization, then why don't you just turn Afghanistan into the opium capital of the world and provide private security through Blackwater or Academy? I mean, that's pretty much what he's trying to do. So this way, Afghanistan would continue producing massive amounts of opium, which we're seeing a fentanyl problem right now with a derivative of opium. But now we're seeing the ongoing evolution of more and more BS coming out of the White House. Instead of just leaving Afghanistan alone and letting them fend for themselves, letting the opium trade go by the wayside, it would clean up our country and prevent opiates from coming into our country rapidly. We could grow poppy in our own country in Missouri. I mean, there's a movie called, well, you don't need to know about that. Just happened, the F-35B Lightning II Joint Strike Fighter conducts flight operations aboard the amphibious assault ship USS Wasp. We are in the initial stages of what appears to be a readiness maneuver by our military in response to Kim Jong-un's threats to our neighbors and to us. So there are contingencies for a direct strike, but moving in that direction really puts the people of South Korea at great risk. And I don't want to put them in great risk. And I want to maintain their strength. Japan and South Korea could be the provocative ones. They may just decide to work together to attack North Korea. It would not be the first time people have seen similar hostilities. Many people don't like a person who's nuts, who's continually threatening them and using nuclear missiles to do it. They just don't like that. Police find fentanyl worth millions in a New York Upper West Side home or apartment. Yeah. Look at that. Federal judges say they seized 20 pounds of fentanyl. That's huge. And heroin. In August 4th, raid an apartment building in New York City's Upper West Side. The drugs are valued at about $3 million. 20 pounds of fentanyl in its purest form is potent enough to kill half the population in New York City. 20 pounds can kill half of New York City's population. So we're talking about drugs being bioweapons against the population. And so we have to minimize the opium trade, not maximize it. I think Trump's policy is just going to head us into giving opium warlords more profit and the CIA more profit, and will wreak havoc on our national security. The USMC was put on active standby to leave for Korea. Absolutely. I don't necessarily think that this could evolve into something if Trump takes the necessary steps to at least find out what their demands are. If we are at that point where we don't even know what their demands are, I mean, dialogue has been cut off so far that we don't even know what their demands are. There's no reason for that. There's no reason, because we don't really have a vested interest in ever invading North Korea. We could tell North Korea that we will end war games with South Korea, ending the war game operations, and would never ever, and we promise to never invade their country. If we made that promise, that would be a pretty an amazing step in the right direction toward some level of communication. We wouldn't be losing much, but we would be making a major difference in opening a dialogue with this country that is apparently very angry and paranoid that America and Western culture is trying to go after them. Think of it in their mindset. They're all alone. They're isolated. They've been making about $1 billion on an illegal underground economy that they've cultivated. And they're working on that angle. Meanwhile, they're getting UN sanctions against their country in every way. So it's forcing their hand, which is not exactly the right place to be. If you left him be, he could remain, the stasis of North Korea would remain the same. Well, depending on Trump, for anything, Elite Pete says is like a losing game. Yeah, he doesn't know what the hell is going on. I agree, Elite. Good point. Well, ISIS or the International Space Station. The ISIS is going down very shortly. What do you mean by that, Boogie? What the ISIS International Space Station may not even be up. We don't even know if it's really in space. I mean, seriously. There's some space junk up there that you could call the ISS. Unexplained outage of Osan Air Force Base in Korea. Okay. This just in from our chat room. If you're going out for lunch right now, please know that most areas on the base don't have power. The BX and Checker jails, for example, can't serve lunch right now. Okay, so this is something we have to be worried about. Our base in North Korea is getting its power shut off. This could be the precursor of something big. Thanks for telling us. Yeah, thanks, Deep Down. I'm sure our government is fully aware of this, so I'm not really worried about that. Well, Chuck Norris doesn't have anything on my Liberty motorcycle that's coming. Yeah, Chuck Norris won't have the ultimate Liberty motorcycle for survival. Apparently, Dupsters has this amazing Indian motorcycle from 1975 that he's customized with a major theme, and even got a trailer and a sidecar built onto it. It's like the total travel package. I don't think they're going to be mounting any guns or machine gun turrets on it, though. Okay, well, if the ISS is going down, what if they never went up? That would explain why they could be going down. They're covering from not going up. Well, yeah, I mean, when he brings it out, sure, we're gonna go live with you on that in the front of our home here. Sure, absolutely. Live stream it and videotape it and record it. Well, yeah, they did have a Indian motorcycle somewhere around that time period. Will you be side hacking that cycle? I don't know if I'm going to get in it for a ride. No. I haven't decided. I'll do a cameo of it. You know, just... Yeah, they've got Indian motorcycles from that era. What are you talking about? Here's a 1975 Indian right here. The Indian he has is more of the fat one, the fat cat ones, you know. Here's an Indian motorcycle from 1975. Yamaha. I don't like Yamaha. The big one, like the Harley, were pretty cool. All right, thank you. 1:29 North Korea right now. Okay, it's 1:24 p.m. in North Korea. Thank you. Trump folder, positive news, White House. Oh, this is great. Something Trump really needs. He gets a folder full of positive news about himself twice a day. It's known as the propaganda document. Twice a day since the beginning of the Trump administration, a special folder is prepared for the president. And former Chief of Staff Prince Reince Priebus and former Press Secretary Sean Spicer both wanted the privilege of delivering the 20 to 25-page packet to President Trump personally, sources say. These sensitive papers, described to Vice News by 3 current and former White House officials, don't contain top-secret intelligence or updates on legislative initiatives. Instead, the folders are filled with screenshots of positive cable news chyrons, those lower third headlines and crawls, admiring tweets, transcripts of fawning TV interviews, praise-filled news stories, and sometimes just pictures of Trump on TV looking powerful. One White House official said the only feedback the White House communications shop, which prepares the folder, has ever gotten in all these months is it needs to be more effing positive. That's why some in the White House ruefully refer to the packet as the propaganda document. The process of assembling the folder begins the Republican National Committee's war room, which has expanded from 4 to 10 people since the GOP won the White House. A war room both parties have one regardless of who's in the White House, is often tasked with monitoring local and national cable TV, social media, digital media, print media, to see how the party, its candidates, or other opponents are being perceived. Well, this is bizarre. I had never heard of anything like this before. This is absolutely the most empty-headed, mindless thing I've ever seen in my life. Relax. It's going to be okay. It's not over yet. The show's almost over, though. Wow, that was awesome. Great job, man. Thank you. Really helps us mellow out after a long show of nonstop worry about North Korea. Putting the future of our country in the hands of somebody like Al Franken would be like handing matches to a child next to a gas tank. That's how completely mindless the man is. And having defended Jeff Sessions against any charges of perjury, which he should have definitely done, shows that Al Franken isn't good enough to be president. Period. We've got interesting patents on a triangular spacecraft, folks. Somebody just, remember I was talking to you about the TR-3B? There they are. Yeah. There it is. You can read the mathematics. The schematics are right there. I'll be darned. Thanks for the Google patent. Here it is. Whoops. Wrong link. What is that a link of? Oh my, nailed it. Okay. Make sure that's in the loop. Thank you. That was great. Scissor Fight really had it there. And I'm just shocked at the news about Trump getting a packet of information praising him every day. That just shows you how completely disassociated he is from reality. It's kind of pathetic, actually. I'm shocked. And the situation with the base in North Korea, hopefully this is not some horrible thing that we're dealing with. Hopefully this isn't the beginning stages of a war with North Korea. How long have they been really listening in? Truth Media has got a story. Okay. So we're going to say goodbye to the legendary musician Western singer, popularized in movies and film. Glenn Campbell. Take care. Goodbye. We have already got people in place to defend Guam, don't worry. Good cast, thanks, Elfire. The reality is we are not new to this region, and unfortunately for this young man who is going to have to learn the hard way, America doesn't sit back and watch rogue nations threaten the world and try to push us to the brink without having to pay the fine and the price, which is not pretty. Here I'm a nice person who's more than willing to help economically in areas that might help the North Korean nation. But I could never extend my hand to help them economically if they proceed with a war right now. So they better hold back and wait till I become president if they want to have any economic support, especially food in that region. So we kind of have a lot leveraging them too. So proceeding in a negative way right now is not a good idea for North Korea. Okay, that's in the loop. Wow. I don't think I could process all this information. Hey, it's the end of the show. We haven't really touched on the deal, the Hillary Clinton plea bargain, but it's out there. And many people are saying that Hillary is aware that she has definitely moved classified information through standard email, which would be a very significant breach, which she would agree to a plea bargain in which she admitted that she did something wrong. That would pretty much put the kibosh on any Hillary Clinton plans to become anything, even mayor of New York. So that information came out this week, and we'll see what happens with that. David, are we going to be surprised, attack Pearl Harbor, 9/11 in order to get into war this time? Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the Guam issue is very vital to this discussion. But I get my gut feeling is Guam is a diversion, that they're moving submarines into a different position, claiming that their tremendous attack on Guam is imminent. This is more like, to me, a bluff. Okay, by far the hardest shot this person ever made with a longbow. I guess he's an archer. Let's take a look at this. You're getting sleepy. Whoa. Huh. That's amazing. Al Gore's trying to make a comeback too into politics. Kind of weird how he's trying to hypocritically get back into the scene on the discussion of global climate change. And the newspapers are very, very concerned about global climate change. It's happening at a rapid rate. We haven't really talked about that tonight. We'll be discussing that tomorrow on Wasteful Wednesday. The new reports show that the heating up of the Earth is rather dramatic. I'm arguing that it's created by geoengineering, weather modification, that it's nothing to do with our eating of meat, the animals that have flatulence, and your muffler in your car. I believe this is perpetrated upon us like a slow kill, and they're dumping chemicals on our country and our planet while we sit here and aren't able to mobilize politically to stop them. And the two parties in America don't even want to talk about the issue of chemtrails. We discuss that tomorrow on Wednesday. So that's something to think about. That was an amazing shot he just made. And there's a travel ban in and around North Korea. Trump announced it. It's in effect right now. It should be finalized in 30 days. So they're getting ready for something there. Okay. Okay, we'll play a couple songs from Glenn Campbell. One of them is playing on glenncampbell.com. If you want to check out his music, I'll play a little of his songs. In respect, rest in peace to Glenn Campbell. Their website has this playing. It's called Adios, and it's definitely a kind of an ode to a man who put a tremendous amount of work. And Mad Dog told me this earlier. He beat the Beatles in sales in 1968. If you're wondering who this guy was and how important he was to the Western music and modern pop music, he was, in fact, the top seller in '68. He beat the Beatles. All right. This is called Adios. Thank you for coming into the show. We'll be back tomorrow for Waste Wednesday. See you then. Bye-bye.